Hey, what's up? It's cute what if. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku became the shadow hero of a SAO. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. A black-haired boy arrived home, carrying a video game box, followed closely by a green-haired boy with a larger box. Kirito smiled as he spoke to Midoriya, expressing excitement about finally being able to use virtual reality. Midoriya, with a hint of nervousness, acknowledged that he was eager to play the game Kirito had mentioned, Sword Art Online. Kirito remarked on the impressive nature of the complete version of the game, and just then, a girl with dark hair approached them. Suguha smiled knowingly, commenting on how well the two seemed to get along and asked if they were about to start playing. Midoriya greeted her shyly and confirmed their plans with a big smile. Kirito wondered where Midoriya would set up to play, suggesting they would meet in his room. Midoriya hoped to find Kirito soon. Suguha then asked about Midoriya's quirk, noting that many people who once had unusual skin colors now appeared normal. Midoriya, scratching his cheek, admitted he was among the last to receive a quirk and expressed concern about a potential villain who might possess all the quirks. He mentioned an old friend who used to be invisible. Suguha, who had been quirkless herself, expressed her hope that nothing would go wrong. Midoriya agreed, noting that there was nothing wrong with being quirkless. Suguha inquired about his move to Tokyo, and Midoriya averted his gaze, hinting at things he wanted to forget about Mizudafu. To change the subject, Suguha asked if he knew how to set up the gaming device. Midoriya shook his head, and she offered her room, suggesting it was best to lie down while playing. Midoriya hesitated, wondering if he could use the sofa instead, which Suguha agreed to. Grateful, he moved to the sofa and asked her how to turn it on. Suguha recalled hearing her brother say, "Link start," encouraging him to try it. Midoriya took a deep breath and closed his eyes, saying the phrase. In a flash of light, Midoriya appeared in the game, noticing his hair was slightly longer. He looked around, marveling at how real the sunlight felt. As he began to walk, he contemplated searching for a level 1 monster, realizing he might not find any in the village. He walked among the crowd, wondering where Kirigaya was. He reassured himself that he didn't need Kirito's guidance and felt confident with his starting sword. Soon after, he found himself in a level 1 meadow, where basic animals roamed. He decided it was time to fight, drawing his sword, which began to glow green. Startled, he dodged a charging boar. Midoriya recalled his earlier thoughts and improvised his fighting strategy. He managed to strike the monster, but soon found himself facing 5 more. With a sigh, he prepared for the challenge ahead. Later, he spotted Kirito fighting alongside a red-haired boy wearing a bandana. Midoriya observed, puzzled by Kirito's choice to team up with someone else and wondering why he hadn't waited for him. He watched as the two sat down after their battle, and the red-haired boy began to jump around excitedly. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and Midoriya heard bells ringing. He looked up to see the clouds moving rapidly, and the sound of the bells grew louder. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by a crowd of confused players. As the sky turned a deep crimson, a strange liquid began to fall, forming into a massive figure cloaked in shadow. The figure raised its hand, silencing the crowd. The figure introduced itself as Kayaba Akihiko, the creator of Sword Art Online. Midoriya's eyes widened in recognition, recalling what he had learned about the game's creator. Akihiko explained that the exit button was not a mistake and that he wanted everyone to complete the game. He warned them of the consequences of refusing to play, revealing news reports about over 200 deaths. The crowd gasped, and Midoriya felt a surge of panic as he realized the gravity of their situation. As they disconnected their nerve gear, it sent microwaves to their brains, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Everyone began to panic, and the green-haired boy looked down, lost in thought. Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing he wouldn't be able to speak with his mother as he had promised for the following month. His expression remained neutral, but tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill over. He had faced countless challenges and had come close to death many times before. This was just another hurdle. He lifted his gaze to the sky, which was beginning to turn a warm orange as the sun set, vowing to win this game for his mother. Akihiko informed them that there were 100 floors to conquer, each filled with various challenges. They were currently on the first floor and needed to find the door to the first boss to progress. He began to float upwards, urging them not to waste any time. As Izuku processed this, he felt a surge of determination. He had to find Kirigaya. They couldn't afford to be alone in this situation. He took off running, searching for Kirito. After running for a while, Izuku realized he couldn't find Kirito. The night had fallen, and he decided to move on, knowing he would have to face the challenges ahead alone. Weeks later, Izuku found himself battling monsters but fell to his knees, feeling a sharp pain from a wound. He cursed himself for entering such a dangerous area, knowing he was only level 9 while the monsters were level 14. Surrounded and outnumbered, he fought back desperately, but his efforts seemed futile. Just then, a hooded girl with a rapier appeared beside him, swiftly dispatching several monsters. Izuku was taken aback by her speed, unable to comprehend how quickly she moved. She urged him to join the fight, reminding him that this was not a game. He nodded, ready to fight alongside her. After some time, they managed to defeat the monsters, but the girl merely observed as Izuku struggled against the last one. She noted his lack of skill with the sword, watching as he fell to the ground after a monster's kick. Izuku struggled to his feet, grabbing his sword once more. The girl approached the monster and effortlessly finished it off. Izuku watched in awe as she sheathed her rapier, the remnants of the battle still lingering in the air. When she removed her hood, Izuku was taken aback by her beauty. Asuna remarked that he showed determination but needed to improve his sword skills. She pointed out that his sword was clearly the starting weapon given to new players. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, apologizing for needing her. Asuna offered to teach him some basics, as she was heading to the next town and had a few hours to spare. Izuku's face lit up with excitement, and he introduced himself, stammering slightly. Asuna accepted his handshake, noting his nervousness. She then revealed a wooden sword from her inventory, intending to lend it to him for training. However, when she tossed the wooden sword to him, it comically hit him on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. Asuna quickly apologized, realizing the mishap. After some time, Asuna observed Izuku sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted. He reassured her that he was fine, despite his heavy breathing. She encouraged him to keep practicing, confident that he would excel with a rapier. Izuku agreed, acknowledging that he needed to work on his technique. He joked about his clumsiness with the sword, scratching his cheek sheepishly. Asuna advised him to pursue his own style and not let her training influence his perception of swords. She mentioned that she needed to find an inn soon. Izuku expressed his desire to travel to the next town but felt he needed to stay behind for now. He clenched his fists, thinking about how Kirigaya was likely far ahead. Asuna smiled, reminding him to prioritize his health and take things at his own pace. Izuku nodded, feeling a renewed sense of determination. With a blush, Izuku looked at Asuna, who smiled at him. Asuna mentioned that she had to leave, standing up. Before she could go, Izuku promised her that he would become stronger, smiling as he extended his fist toward her. He thanked her for her help and the meal she had prepared for him, which made Asuna smile faintly. Asuna agreed, bumping her fist against Izuku's, but as she walked away, she wondered if he would survive on his own in such dangerous places. She glanced back one last time, noticing that Izuku was still saying goodbye, thinking he was quite an odd person. Izuku smiled, still blushing, but once Asuna was out of sight, he hit himself on the head. He thought about how foolish he had been and worried that she might think he was an idiot. He hoped she had a good impression of him. Getting up from the ground, he realized he needed to take a shower. He looked at the lake, reflecting on how Asuna was the first person he had spoken to in a long time. Weeks later, after parting ways with Asuna, Izuku decided to move forward as quickly as possible. He had reached level 16, taking only essential breaks to eat or when arriving in towns. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find Asuna or Kirigaya. He lamented his bad luck, thinking he might find her but accepting that he needed to continue on his own. Currently, he was heading toward some dungeons to search for treasures. As Izuku walked through the dungeons, he noticed a door in the distance with torches beside it. He hesitated, wondering if he should open it. After checking to ensure no one was around, he opened the door and found the place shrouded in darkness. He thought it might be a trap but decided to enter, reasoning that one must take risks to gain rewards. As he stepped inside, the area lit up with vibrant colors. Izuku realized he had entered another dungeon and drew his sword. As the place illuminated with brilliant colors, he was taken aback by the sight of a massive monster, leaving him pale with fear. The first boss appeared, and Izuku froze as numerous minions rushed toward him. He noted that the boss had 4 health bars and panicked, running while sheathing his sword, only to stop and face the boss. He refused to flee, telling himself that he had faced creatures of this size before. With a determined smile, he advanced toward the minions. Despite his outward confidence, Izuku was terrified inside, as he often was. However, he felt an unyielding desire to fight. He resolved to fight honorably, even if it meant facing death, and vowed to take the beast down with him. The boss roared, declaring that if necessary he would end the game of Kayaba Akihiko. Izuku engaged in combat, dodging and defeating the minions. He barely managed to evade an attack that struck his shoulder. Seeking refuge behind a pillar, he watched as the boss leaped and landed beside him. He narrowly avoided a slash from the boss and attempted to escape, only to see the minions closing in on his escape route. With fear and determination, he charged at the minions. Aware that he was level 16 while they were level, he defended against their attacks but soon had to dodge again as a massive shadow loomed over him. The boss had eliminated the minions, leaving Izuku with a mix of relief and disbelief. Much later, Izuku was running, having stored a bow in his inventory. He acknowledged that archery was not his strong suit but had proven useful, though he had run out of arrows. As he ran, the beast caught up to him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Struggling to recover, he realized he had been hit hard and needed to get back on his feet. He shouted defiantly at the approaching boss, attempting to block an attack, but his sword was knocked away, crashing into a pillar. Falling to the ground, he felt lost and regretted his decision to enter the dungeon. When he retrieved his sword, he was dismayed to see that it was damaged. As the boss charged at him, he opened his menu, his expression darkening. The boss attacked without hesitation, but Izuku managed to land several quick strikes. With renewed determination, he raised his weapon, declaring that they would fight to the death. He felt the weight of the moment, knowing it was all or nothing. The boss grinned and drew a larger, more powerful weapon. Izuku acknowledged the challenge, noting that it had been difficult to land hits on the boss so far, but he sensed a rationality in the beast. He closed his eyes, then opened them quickly, charging at the boss as they both rushed forward. The green-haired boy leaped, nearly landing a hit, but the boss blocked the attack. They both retreated, but the boss quickly pursued him. Izuku thought strategically, hiding behind pillars to force the boss to maneuver around them. He realized that the boss took damage when breaking the pillars, planning to use this to his advantage. As the boss destroyed a pillar, Izuku taunted him, running toward another pillar. However, the boss leaped and shattered it before he could reach it. Izuku noticed that the boss was about to make a huge leap toward him. He quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly dodging the attack while managing to land a few solid strikes on the boss. He felt a rush of excitement as he saw the boss's health bar drop significantly. If he could finish this quickly, the boss would be left with only half of his remaining health. With determination, Izuku sprinted toward one of the 4 remaining pillars. He leaped into the air just like the boss, but he didn't anticipate the massive stones from the destroyed pillar crashing down around him. As the debris fell, he struggled to push the stones off himself, feeling his health dwindling. He knew he needed to heal, but as he reached for a potion, it slipped from his grasp. Looking up, he saw the enormous shadow of the boss looming over him. Panic surged through him as he realized the danger he was in. He pushed against the stones with all his might, feeling his health drop further as he fought to escape. Just before the boss could crush him, he managed to free himself. Izuku quickly grabbed the potion from the ground and started to run, but he stumbled and fell. He opened the potion, only to watch in dismay as the liquid spilled onto the ground. Frustrated, he dashed toward another pillar, but the boss appeared right in front of him. He felt cornered and knew he couldn't escape. With blood on his face, Izuku charged forward, shouting as he leaped high into the air. His weapon glowed with a brilliant green light as he aimed for the boss's head. He was determined not to miss this time. The boss raised his sword to strike, but Izuku dodged the attack, using the boss's sword as a springboard to propel himself even higher. As he landed, he sheathed his weapon, and behind him, the boss's head fell to the ground. Izuku felt a rush of triumph, even as he noticed his health was nearly depleted. A white box appeared in front of him, but he could only make out the large words at the top, "Congratulations." With a smile, he collapsed to the ground. After defeating the first boss, the first thing Izuku did upon getting up was to drink a potion, and then he made his way to the second floor. He couldn't reach the first town without encountering more enemies. Upon arriving, he remembered there was a victory prize waiting for him. It turned out to be a midnight cloak. Although black wasn't his favorite color, he figured he could get used to wearing it. As Izuku walked with his head down, he thought it was time to tell everyone that he had opened the second floor. He stretched, feeling uncertain about how others would perceive him. He didn't want to be seen as one of those beta testers. Unlike Kirigaya, he wouldn't abandon a friend in need. He reflected on how he would help anyone in trouble, just like Asuna had done for him. Suddenly, he felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks, embarrassed by his own thoughts. Days passed before anyone realized the second floor was open. Izuku tried to keep a low profile, but a group found him and immediately assumed he was a beta tester since he was the only player on that floor who wasn't part of their team. Among them was Asuna. Even with her hood up, he recognized her face, but she looked angry with him. Those eyes reminded him of the disdain he faced in school when he had no quirk. Kirigaya was with them too, and as he approached, Izuku decided it was best to leave. It seemed he couldn't find a place where he wouldn't be judged. He couldn't shake off the memory of their glares. He had opened the door for them, risking his life, yet he felt it was futile to explain himself to someone unwilling to listen. He tried to speak, but they interrupted him repeatedly, insisting they weren't beta testers. He felt frustrated, knowing he wasn't one either, but no one cared to listen until someone felt the same way. The anger in Asuna's gaze puzzled him, and he couldn't understand why it affected him so much. Determined to avoid the negativity, he chose to stay away from everyone, especially the beta testers who thought he was a cheater. One day, he overheard people discussing him as they moved to the second floor. They referred to him as Deku and the Half Moon. It seemed they only knew him by his name and outfit, unaware of who he truly was. He laughed to mask his sadness, but it often turned into tears. He missed his old life, where he had a quirk. People sought out virtual worlds to regain their abilities, but it wasn't easy. He knew he had to be strong and stop making excuses. This was just the beginning. He wondered if he wouldn't have been mistaken for a beta tester if not for his foolishness. Months passed since he last saw Midoriya. Kirito had heard various things about him but chose not to dwell on rumors, believing he would find him soon. He regretted not waiting for Midoriya on the first day of SAO, knowing he must be facing many challenges as a solo player. Currently, Kirito was with a guild called the Black Cats Illuminated by Night. The name was long, but they were skilled fighters despite their levels. As they walked together, defeating monsters as usual, they arrived at an inn. Keita exclaimed that they finally had enough to afford the house they had always dreamed of, and everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, except for Kirito, who smiled faintly. Sasamaru suggested they should head there immediately. Tetsuo suggested that they should buy better equipment for Sachi, or else Kirito would always be protecting the front line. He turned to look at the only girl in the group. Sachi responded that she was fine with her current gear and just needed more points to become stronger, smiling slightly. Kirito assured her that he would protect her as much as he could, indicating that he had no problem being at the front, glancing at his level, which was 42, significantly higher than that of his companions. Ducker then enthusiastically proposed that they should go buy a house, putting his hands behind his head and shouting, "Let's go!" Everyone smiled and set off. As they traveled to a teleportation point, they decided that one of them would go to buy the house while Keita volunteered for that task, leaving the others to find something to do in the meantime. Deku and Sasamaru suggested heading to some dungeons to earn money more quickly. Kirito was about to object, but they left before he could speak, so he resolved to protect them as best he could. Kirito walked alongside his guild through the dungeon. Sasamaru asked if they had heard about Deku. Deku mentioned that he remembered hearing about him once on the second floor. Kirito looked down, and Sachi glanced at him. Tetsuo explained that Deku was a beta tester and that there had been many attempts to attack him, which made Kirito's eyes widen. Sachi remarked that he must be very strong, and Sasamaru nodded in agreement. Kirito then asked Sasamaru why he was interested in Deku. Sasamaru smiled slightly and revealed that Deku had saved him a few months ago on the third floor, describing him as having a strong character, the opposite of what people said now. Curious, Kirito inquired about what people were saying about Deku. Sasamaru, with a hint of sweat on his brow, questioned Kirito's sudden interest. Kirito shrugged it off as mere curiosity, but Sasamaru nervously explained that people were saying Deku was a killer and that he seemed to be the player who had defeated several bosses alone. Kirito's eyes widened again as Sasamaru described Deku's appearance, noting the dark circles under his eyes and that his player status was orange, suggesting he had not killed anyone else. Kirito pondered how someone could return to green status after killing someone, feeling a sense of concern for Deku. Sasamaru sighed, expressing doubt that Deku had acted with that intention. Deku, however, dismissed the conversation, pointing out a stone in the wall that led to a treasure. As they prepared to enter, Kirito intended to stop them but heard footsteps approaching. Deku turned to the dark hallway of the dungeon, and Kirito's guild quickly drew their weapons, positioning themselves protectively in front of Sachi. Kirito called out for the figure to reveal themselves, having sensed their presence. From the shadows, a pair of red shoes emerged. Izuku stepped forward, his gaze vacant as he acknowledged their reunion. He had intentionally revealed himself, knowing Kirito wouldn't be able to stop his friends in time. Kirito's eyes widened at the sight of Izuku, especially given his tired appearance and orange player status. Kirito realized he had not been able to protect them. Izuku approached them with a calm yet intimidating demeanor, stating that Kirito was not his friend to call him by that name. He mentioned that he had chosen to help an old friend, brushing past Kirito and bumping shoulders with him. Kirito recognized that Izuku was at a higher level than himself, watching as he walked away without a glance back. Sachi expressed her desire to leave the dungeon, and Tetsuo agreed. Sasamaru echoed their sentiments, not wanting to fall into traps. Deku, feeling dejected, questioned if they would really believe that guy. The others nodded, leaving Deku with a gloomy aura. He suggested they head to the town square instead. Kirito contemplated whether he should follow Izuku, recalling the earlier encounter. He felt a sense of responsibility for his group, who were now looking at him curiously. Sasamaru pointed out that Kirito knew Deku, having heard him call him Izuku, which must be his real name. Kirito confirmed that Izuku was an old friend from the real world. Sachi then proposed that they invite Izuku to join their group since he was Kirito's friend. Kirito shook his head, explaining that Izuku was an orange player and they should be cautious. Tetsuo insisted they shouldn't fall for his charm, emphasizing the importance of staying united. Kirito remained silent, reflecting on the situation. Deku questioned why Kirito and Izuku weren't together if they were friends. Kirito looked down, revealing that when he entered the game, he had forgotten to wait for Izuku in the lobby and had met someone else instead. Sasamaru noted that it must have been tough for Izuku. Kirito lamented that he had promised to help Izuku play but had forgotten until he encountered him on the second floor, calling himself an idiot. Tetsuo agreed with Kirito's self-assessment but encouraged him, saying that trying to improve was what mattered. Kirito resolved to keep striving, thinking about revealing his true power but wanting to maintain the trust of his friends. After purchasing the house, they settled in, and time passed until Christmas arrived. They woke up that day with their hair standing on end from the cold. Kirito and his guild decided to attend the day's event. Upon reaching the event's forest, they encountered a group, and Kirito recognized someone among them, his friend Klein. Kirito smiled and fist-bumped the red-haired Klein, who remarked on how long it had been since they last met. As Kirito's thoughts drifted back to Izuku, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Take care of him, Kirito instructed the guild, who responded with a thumbs up. Klein, blushing, raised his thumb towards Sachi, who radiated a nervous aura. Kirito warned Klein not to do anything foolish, positioning himself protectively in front of Sachi. Klein chuckled, assuring Kirito he wouldn't try anything, as he noticed a massive group approaching. "They're the dragons," Kirito said, and Klein raised his katana alongside the rest of the guild. "Klein," Kirito acknowledged, and Klein looked at him. "Your guild should take on the boss while we cover you." Kirito smiled and nodded in agreement. Sachi expressed her gratitude, running off, and Klein wore a goofy smile. Upon arrival at the boss, they were confronted by a giant Santa Claus. Santa leapt towards them, launching enormous ice ball. "Is he already fighting?" Kirito exclaimed, dodging the attacks with his team. Suddenly he spotted someone on top of Santa. "Midoriya?" Midoriya unsheathed his sword, delivering swift strikes. "We can't let him take the experience," Kirito shouted, and everyone nodded, charging at Santa. With the combined efforts of Kirito's guild and Izuku, they began to deplete the boss's health until Izuku landed the final blow. Afterward, Izuku sheathed his sword, looking down as he opened his menu. Kirito sat down beside his teammates, feeling a mix of emotions. "We still won the prize, though," he chuckled, and everyone nodded in agreement. Tetsuo remarked on Izuku's strength, observing him as he examined an object in his hand. Ducker noticed Izuku approaching them with a neutral expression. Izuku tossed the object to Kirito, who caught it, and then walked away without looking back. "Midoriya," Kirito murmured, watching him leave. Sasamaru asked Kirito what the object was, prompting Kirito to open the item's information. "It's a revival item," he revealed, and everyone gasped. Kirito's thoughts raced. Midoriya must have come for this, but it could only be used within 10 seconds of death. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "I'm sorry, Midoriya. I couldn't help you again." He clenched his fists and struck the snow in frustration. Sachi, concerned by Kirito's sudden change in demeanor, asked what was wrong. Tetsuo seemed to have an idea. "He came for this item," Kirito explained. "Then why did he give us such a valuable item?" Sachi questioned, and Kirito showed her the information again, noticing her gaze drop. "He couldn't save someone." Sasamaru remained silent. "We need to go back and find Klein," Kirito said, standing up with his companions. Now that he had revealed to his teammates that he was a high-level player, they accepted him more than ever. He had feared they would want him gone for lying, but sometimes he had to follow in Midoriya's footsteps. He wondered what had caused Midoriya to become an orange player. It was hard to believe that the boy who once struggled to speak had taken a life. Kirito was uncertain about how to feel about him now, but he knew he could still trust him. After all, Midoriya had helped him twice. He hoped to bring him back to the way he was before. And he promised himself he would. As they walked through a forest, Kirito noted they were getting closer to their destination. Sachi agreed, urging them to keep moving when they suddenly heard screams. Kirito took off running with Tetsuo and Keita, and Sachi followed closely behind with the rest of the guild. Kirito ran alongside Tetsuo and Keita, confirming that the scream had come from a woman. They stopped to find a girl crying on the ground, with a green-haired player standing protectively nearby. "Midoriya." Kirito recognized him. Midoriya expressed regret for not arriving in time to save the girl's dragon, and she trembled at the sight of an orange player. Turning to see Kirito and the others approach, Midoriya stepped back, leaving the situation in Kirito's hands. Kirito approached the girl, who was clutching a feather. "Are you okay?" he asked, and she nodded. "I'm fine. But," she glanced at the feather, "my Pina." Kirito examined the feather. "The boy from earlier didn't kill it, did he?" "No," she replied. "He killed the monsters, but my Pina died." She wiped her eyes. Tetsuo looked away, trying to process the situation. "I'll go find the others," Keita said, and Kirito nodded as their group arrived. Sachi rushed to the girl, asking if she was all right, and she confirmed with a nod. Kirito inquired about the feather's name, and Silica showed him its details. "It's Pina's heart," she said, tears streaming down her face. We'll help you revive her, Kirito promised, and the guild members looked at each other with determination. Revive? Sachi exclaimed, and Kirito nodded, while Silica gazed at him hopefully. I'll help you get to floor 47. There's a flower that can revive pets, Kirito explained. Silica's face lit up with gratitude as she realized they had to hurry. There were only 3 days to revive Pina before the heart would be lost. Silica quickly stood up, urging them to move fast. First, we should introduce ourselves. I'm Kirito, he said, extending his hand, which Silica accepted. I'm Silica, she replied, looking at the others. Kirito prompted his teammates to introduce themselves. I'm Sachi, she said nervously. Tetsuo here, and this is Ducker, Tetsuo introduced. Ducker, he added simply. Hey, I'm Keita. Nice to meet you, Silica, Keita said cheerfully. Sasamaru, he introduced himself with a smile. Kirito suggested they head to the next town to find an inn, and everyone agreed. Upon reaching the town, they encountered a red-haired girl who seemed to be bothering Silica. They decided to avoid her, realizing Silica was quite famous in these levels as the dragon tamer. Kirito couldn't help but wonder why Midoriya was in this area and what he was searching for. Putting that aside, they arrived at the inn, where they found themselves in a room meant for 4. Although they would all sleep on the floor, the 2 girls, Sasamaru and Ducker, would have the beds. Kirito reflected on how much everyone had leveled up. He felt he had fallen behind at level 63 while the others were nearing level 50, which was impressive. He couldn't help but wonder what level Midoriya and Klein had reached, having not seen Klein for a while. Kirito had not expected to run into Midoriya, but he couldn't speak to him. Right now, they were laying sheets on the floor and discussing their plans. Moments ago, he thought he saw someone outside, but when he opened the door, it seemed they had fled. Kirito asked Sasamaru with a teasing smile about his spear, to which Sasamaru replied that it was fine, just a bit broken at the tip, likely from a missed attack. Ducker, trying to block out the noise, urged them to be quiet, while Tetsuo made a playful jab at Sasamaru, causing Ducker to visibly tense. Kirito hoped that in the coming days, they could return to reality, smiling as he watched everyone laugh and joke around. The next day, Kirito's guild walked alongside Silica in the flower-filled area of floor. Kirito announced their arrival, and Silica began to smell the flowers, while Sachi blushed at the sight of couples around them and quickly looked away. Sasamaru commented on the romantic atmosphere, earning a playful elbow from Keita, who reminded him of their mission. Tetsuo suggested they should rest, noting they still had 2 days before they needed to revive Pina. Kirito insisted they should finish quickly, urging Tetsuo not to get anxious, even as Ducker was seen running from a swarm of bees. After defeating several monsters, they realized the resurrection flower was missing. Kirito comically searched for it, while Silica fell to her knees in tears. Tetsuo pointed out Izuku, who approached them holding the resurrection flower. Kirito was shocked to see Midoriya, who knelt before Silica, offering her the flower as an apology for not being able to save her dragon. Silica's tears flowed again as she accepted it. Kirito, wiping his eyes, remarked that Midoriya hadn't changed, but Izuku turned to leave without responding. Kirito called out to him, desperate to understand how he had become an orange player, fearing the implications of such a change. Izuku walked away silently, leaving Kirito troubled by the thought of Midoriya's suffering. Silica questioned if Izuku was really an orange player, while Sachi looked at Kirito, who was still on the ground, distressed. Kirito felt guilty, realizing that Midoriya was suffering more because of him. He struck the ground in frustration, then decided it was time to leave, with the others following him. As they continued, they found Izuku on a bridge, confronted by a red-haired girl wielding a spear, along with several others. Izuku expressed his reluctance to harm them, pulling out a dagger. The girl, Rosalia, recognized him as Deku, the Dark Wolf, and urged her companions to flee. However, they found themselves trapped. Izuku sheathed his dagger and turned away, thanking no one in particular for their help. Kirito called out to him, sarcastically thanking him for using his crystal to teleport them. Izuku dismissed him, implying that Kirito's current state wouldn't have allowed him to obtain the crystal anyway, and insisted on being called Deku instead of his real name. Sasamaru commented on how Izuku had humiliated Kirito with his words, to which Kirito could only sigh, feeling the weight of the situation. They returned to the inn, gathering around the table as Silica placed the flower in the center, ready to speak. Silica expressed her gratitude for their help, wishing she could convey the same to Izuku, though she doubted she would see him again. Holding the flower, she smiled through her tears, announcing it was time for Pina to return. As she activated the flower, a blue light enveloped the room, and a small blue dragon emerged, soaring above and landing on Silica's head. Kirito marveled at the sight, while Sachi expressed her desire for a dragon of her own. Kirito resolved to stick with his group until the end of this world, determined not to abandon them. He was also determined to uncover what had happened to Midoriya, vowing to save him and ensure they both returned home safely. Meanwhile, Izuku walked alone through a forest, reflecting on an unpleasant memory. He had taken a moment to rest, contemplating a nap in a tree, but instead, he found himself startled awake by a sudden gust of wind, narrowly dodging a sword strike. Hiding behind a tree, Izuku drew his dagger, feeling a rush of adrenaline. He wondered why he was being attacked. Peeking cautiously, he noticed the attackers were cloaked, their faces hidden, but he caught a glimpse of a tattoo on one of their hands as the wind blew. One of the cloaked figures addressed him, identifying him as Deku, a beta tester and victor of several levels. They had questions for him, but Izuku, feeling uncertain, prepared himself for a fight. He stepped out, taking a defensive stance, ready to defend himself. The figure warned him that they were 12 against 1, and he wouldn't stand a chance. Izuku clenched his fists, determined. The assailants revealed their intention. They wanted him to join their group. Izuku frowned, questioning who they were. The group shouted their name, the Laughing Coffin, declaring themselves a new band of assassins. Izuku was unfazed, confidently stating they had chosen the wrong target to initiate their group. With a fierce determination, he charged at them. He quickly neutralized 3 attackers, but one retaliated with a kick that sent him stumbling back. Another attempted to strike him in the face, but Izuku deflected the blow with his dagger. He felt a rush of emotions as he struck one of the attackers, realizing he had taken a life. The weight of that realization hit him hard. As he processed this, another attacker lunged at him, and Izuku barely managed to dodge, receiving a shallow cut on his shoulder from another member of the group. In pain, he retaliated, striking back at the one who had injured him, but he was soon overwhelmed. A kick sent him crashing to the ground, his dagger slipping from his grasp. One of the attackers laughed menacingly, ready to deliver a fatal blow, but Izuku instinctively kicked out, freeing himself and scrambling away. He fled from the scene, the remaining 10 members of the Laughing Coffin in pursuit. As he ran, he tended to his wounds, preparing for another confrontation with the sword still lodged in his leg and retrieving his dagger. He wished he could wield 2 swords at once, but he narrowly dodged a spear thrown from a nearby tree. As he turned to face his pursuers, he managed to take down another attacker, but the blood splattered over him, leaving him pale and shaken. He continued to run, now facing 9 opponents. After a grueling battle, only 5 remained against him. Exhausted, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Just then, a lance flew toward him, but a figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack with a sword. It was a woman with dark purple hair. She shouted his name, urging him to escape. Izuku was surprised and asked her what she was doing there. She smiled nervously, and they exchanged a brief moment of banter before she insisted they needed to flee. Izuku questioned why they couldn't fight back, but she explained that she wasn't skilled with a sword. He was taken aback, wondering why she lived in such a dangerous area. She revealed she worked as a blacksmith, which surprised him. As they spoke, they were interrupted by the ongoing battle. Determined to protect her, Izuku insisted he would handle the fight, but she refused to leave him behind. They charged at the remaining attackers together, but their coordination was off, leading to a chaotic skirmish. Izuku managed to take down another opponent, but he was worried about Jiru becoming a target. In the midst of the chaos, Jiru fell, struggling to get back up. Izuku rushed to help her but was met with a brutal kick that knocked him down. One of the assassins struck him, pinning him to the ground. Izuku fought against the pain, urging Jiraiya to escape, but she refused to abandon him. She took up his dagger, ready to fight alongside him. The attackers taunted them, threatening to show Izuku the consequences of not joining them. Jiraiya declared she would save him, charging at the foes with determination. Izuku watched helplessly as Jiraiya faced the attackers, feeling a surge of desperation as she was struck. He shouted for her to stop, but the sight of her being overwhelmed left him paralyzed with fear and sorrow. As Jiraiya fell, she turned to him with a smile, and in that moment, she vanished before his eyes. The attackers laughed, relishing in his despair, taunting him about his inability to protect those he cared about. They left him with the burden of failure, promising to await his return for another battle. Turning around with his companions, Izuku watched as the four of them walked away from the scene. He found himself unable to move his left leg and arm. With his other hand, he quickly retrieved a potion and used it. He stared at his hands, which were stained with blood, and his clothes were similarly marked, particularly with the blood of Jiraiya. As he looked at his hands, a vacant expression crossed his face, and they trembled slightly. He expressed his regret for not being able to help, standing before a sword and a dagger embedded in the ground, the dagger he had used. He lamented that he couldn't bring her back to life, even with a rare object, but hoped it would be useful to Kirigaya. He gazed up at the sky, recalling the promise he made to Jiraiya. He had told her to run away and had searched through all the floors he could reach, but there was no way to revive her. He mentioned a girl he encountered on his quest to bring Jiraiya back, who had lost a dragon. He knew dragons could be revived within 3 days. He shared his decision to venture to floor 47 to obtain the flower that could revive the girl's dragon, revealing that he couldn't forget the virtues he had lost after taking lives. He admitted that it might not please her, but he was still hunting down the members of the group known as Atod Risueno. He had already taken down several and vowed to continue until he eliminated the entire group, determined not to leave any of them alive. He promised Jiraiya that he would finish off that group and assured her he would visit again the next day. With a faint smile, he turned and walked away through the trees. Meanwhile, Kirito was running alongside Asuna, who was accompanied by many others. They spotted a group of hooded figures and Kirito declared they wouldn't escape this time. Asuna agreed, noting the criminals had been committing murders everywhere. They chased after the hooded figures until they saw them enter a forest. Asuna warned that it was likely a trap, and they all halted when a hooded man collapsed in front of them, bleeding. As he vanished, Kirito questioned if one of their team had infiltrated. Asuna speculated it might be from another assault team when someone emerged from the trees. Izuku noted that 3 were down and upon seeing the assault group, commented on not expecting them to be there. He sheathed his sword as Asuna confronted him, demanding to know why he was there. Izuku replied he wasn't the same person she remembered but appreciated that she recognized him. Kirito attempted to reassure him, but Izuku interrupted, stating that such words were often said before imprisonment, and he wouldn't fall for that. A large man with a shield approached him, introducing himself as Heathcliff and recognizing Izuku as the Dark Wolf. Izuku glared at him, feeling a surge of anger. Heathcliff asked if he remembered something, but Izuku shouted that he wouldn't forget. Heathcliff appeared surprised when Izuku revealed he knew his true identity as Akihiko Kayaba. Heathcliff dismissed Izuku's claims as nonsense, but Izuku insisted that he couldn't hide his real-life voice. Kirito, confused, wondered what Izuku meant. Heathcliff proposed a duel, stating that if he won, Izuku would join his blood brotherhood, but if Izuku won, he could choose his reward. Izuku rejected the offer, stating he had more important matters to attend to, particularly dealing with the foolish members of Atod Risueno. As he walked away, one of Heathcliff's subordinates suggested capturing Izuku, labeling him a killer. Heathcliff speculated that Izuku was planning something, glancing at Kirito, who smiled nervously. He asked Kirito to ensure Izuku didn't do anything reckless, but Kirito refused, stating he had his own responsibilities with the assault group. Asuna insisted they were of a higher rank and urged Kirito to follow her as she dragged him along. As they moved on, Heathcliff reflected on Izuku, acknowledging that he seemed aware it wasn't the right time for their battle. Kirito and Asuna searched for Izuku, eventually spotting him atop a tower near the village. They approached him, hoping to talk. Kirito wondered if Izuku had seen them, while Izuku struggled to stay awake, looking up at the sky as dusk approached. Asuna called out to him, insisting they needed to talk, but Izuku refused, climbing to the edge of the tower. Asuna panicked, fearing he might jump, while Kirito urged him not to do it. Izuku reassured them he wouldn't jump to his death but teased that he might leap anyway. Both Kirito and Asuna turned pale at the thought. Asuna yelled his name, rushing to check on him, only to find he was hanging on. Izuku laughed, asking what they wanted to discuss as he climbed back up. Kirito suggested they had many questions and offered to go somewhere to eat. Izuku hesitated, claiming he wasn't a good player and couldn't just wander around. Asuna playfully suggested they could say he was their prisoner, which made Izuku sigh. Eventually, he agreed, feeling excited at the prospect of finally eating somewhere other than hunting monsters. Aside from the duel mode, Asuna asked Izuku what rewards he had earned from battles against bosses, causing him to sweat nervously. He suggested that if they were going to keep bothering him, he might as well make his stew in the woods. Asuna grabbed his hand, asking what he wanted. He hesitated, claiming he was a criminal and quickly left the shop, with the two of them following closely behind. Kirito noticed Izuku had disappeared and exclaimed in surprise. Asuna insisted he shouldn't have gone far and directed Kirito to search in a different direction. Kirito searched the left side of the village but found nothing. Suddenly, he heard a scream coming from a plaza and rushed toward it. Upon arrival, he saw a crowd gathered, and Asuna joined him just in time to witness a tragic scene: a person hanging lifelessly, pierced by a sword. Kirito urged Asuna to search above while he would catch her if she fell. However, the man hanging suddenly vanished, leaving Kirito feeling frustrated for not arriving in time. Asuna called out that there was no one inside the area. Kirito asked if anyone could see the winner's icon, but everyone shook their heads in denial. They began questioning the gathered crowd when a girl with long purple hair approached them. Yoko revealed she knew the deceased and looked down sadly. Asuna embraced her, asking if he was a friend. Yoko confirmed he was from her old guild, named Canes. Asuna suggested they find a better place to talk, and Yoko agreed, leading them away. After discussing the tragedy with Yoko, she shared the history of her old guild, Golden Apples. She explained that the guild had disbanded after the death of their leader, who had gone to sell an amulet that significantly increased agility. The decision to sell it had been put to a vote, and they decided to seek out those who had opposed the sale, including Canes and Yoko. The only one left to find was a man named Schmidt. Kirito and Asuna then headed to examine the weapon left as evidence of Canes' death before searching for Schmidt. Kirito and Asuna entered a weapons shop, where Kirito greeted Agile with a fist bump. Agile was surprised to see Asuna and playfully questioned Kirito about her presence. Kirito explained they were there for something important, prompting Agile to raise an eyebrow. Through their conversation, they learned that the sword had been crafted by someone known as Grimlock. They continued their search for Schmidt and inquired about Grimlock. Eventually, they reunited with Yoko and Schmidt, who concluded that a ghost had caused Canes' death. Suddenly, Yoko was struck by a dagger that flew in through the window, and she fell, leaving Kirito to chase after the assailant. Unfortunately, the murderer teleported away using a crystal. After some time spent searching for clues, Kirito began to suspect that the deaths were a ruse. They decided to find Schmidt, who was located in a forest. Kirito arrived just in time to find Schmidt on the ground, paralyzed by a dagger, while Yoko was being consoled by Canes, with 3 hooded figures standing nearby. Kirito demanded their surrender, drawing his sword and warning them that a raid group was on its way. The hooded figures sheathed their weapons and retreated. Kirito recognized the tattoo of the group known as Smiling Coffin. Asuna arrived, walking alongside a tall man named Grimlock. Grimlock greeted them, noting how long it had been since they last met. He revealed that he had ordered the assassination of Griselda, his wife and leader, for a foolish reason. They decided to leave the rest to Yoko, Schmidt, and Canes. Days later, they discovered that several members of Smiling Coffin had been killed in the neutral floors. Yoko contacted them, saying Grimlock had vanished from her friends list, prompting them to investigate the deaths on floor. The raid group decided to accompany Kirito and Asuna, indicating they were aware of the situation. As they walked, Kirito noted that a hooded figure had been attacking several people in the area. Klein, walking alongside him, asked what had happened. Kirito explained that a single person had eliminated many, and they suspected it might be Deku, which surprised Klein. Kirito reassured him that they would handle the situation together. After walking for miles, they spotted a hooded figure approaching someone lying on the ground. They quickly decided to intervene. As they charged forward, a spear landed in front of Asuna, who was leading the charge. Izuku, the hooded figure, acknowledged their presence and revealed he had already cleaned the area, lifting the person he had subdued by the neck and demanding to know the location of the other guild's base. The man remained silent, frustrating Izuku, who then stabbed him in the abdomen. Kirito rushed toward Izuku, demanding he let the man go. Izuku shrugged him off, and as Kirito drew his sword, Izuku kicked it away effortlessly. He warned Kirito not to hold back as he drew his own weapon, while the member of Smiling Coffin attempted to flee. Asuna pushed Kirito out of the way just in time to avoid a blow, and he thanked her for the timely intervention. Grabbing his sword, Izuku charged forward, just like everyone else in the assault group. Agile shouted for them not to hold back, insisting that Izuku could only defeat a boss alone. As Izuku dodged the attacks from the group, he kicked one person and then drove his sword into another. He declared that he wouldn't hold back, pulling his sword from the person he had struck. His goal was to eliminate the Graveyard Guild, not to kill indiscriminately. Agile approached Izuku, skeptical of his intentions. Izuku noted Agile's height, remarking that being tall wouldn't help him win. He swiftly kicked Agile's knee, causing him to fall to one knee, and drew his sword. Kirito attempted to strike Izuku with his sword, but Izuku blocked the attack. He warned Kirito that he would finish him off if he continued to interfere, pushing Kirito's sword away and delivering a cut to his chest and another to his legs. Kirito fell to the ground as Asuna and Klein began their attacks. Izuku defended against Asuna and Klein's strikes, acknowledging Asuna's speed with a neutral expression before delivering a kick that sent her tumbling. Klein shouted in frustration, but Izuku grabbed him by the neck, revealing a dagger from his sleeve. Kirito called out to Klein, but Izuku dismissed him, throwing Klein aside. He jumped into the fray, defending against the attacks from the Blood Brotherhood, and delivered a slash that nearly took down those who were attacking him. Everyone watched as Izuku sheathed his sword. He prepared for an incoming attack from Heathcliff, greeting him with a calm demeanor. Heathcliff, surprised by Izuku's strength, struggled to maintain his ground. Asuna questioned whether the commander was truly unable to handle Izuku, who remained expressionless while Heathcliff fought back. Kirito speculated if Heathcliff was actually Kayaba. Izuku confronted Heathcliff, demanding to know why they had been trapped. As he pushed against Heathcliff, the latter attempted to counter with his shield, but Izuku delivered a powerful kick that sent Heathcliff back. Heathcliff, frustrated, denied being Kayaba. Just then, Izuku noticed a dagger approaching from his right and quickly dodged, leaving Heathcliff exposed. As a notification appeared, indicating an immortal object, Izuku maintained his neutral gaze, while Asuna stood in shock and Kirito struggled to rise. Izuku asked if Heathcliff had anything to say, prompting Heathcliff to acknowledge Izuku's discovery of the truth. He had hoped it would take longer for them to figure it out, but Izuku was different from the others. Izuku expressed his frustration over being forced to remember things he wished to forget and challenged Heathcliff to fight seriously. Heathcliff, however, suggested that the time wasn't right for such a battle and that Izuku had unfinished business. Izuku turned away, stating they would meet again. After Izuku's overwhelming victory, Kirito found himself reflecting on the events. He had met a girl named Lisbeth, who became his personal blacksmith. She crafted him a sword from dragon materials, which turned out to be incredibly strong and durable. Over the months following the battle with Izuku, he formed a close friendship with Asuna, who had insisted on being his partner. They were now on their way to find the boss door, planning to gather allies for a proper fight. As they journeyed, Kirito and Asuna faced off against lizard-like creatures armed with weapons. Kirito called out to Asuna, who nodded and struck one of the monsters with precision, allowing Kirito to finish it off. They congratulated each other on their teamwork when Kirito noticed someone fighting in the distance. Asuna recognized Izuku, prompting Kirito to rush toward him. Izuku was sheathing his sword, glancing back as he prepared to move on. He warned them not to start anything, explaining that he needed to clear the floors quickly to confront Kayaba. Kirito approached, expressing their desire to help him reach the boss. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku sighed and agreed, knowing they wouldn't be a match for him. Kirito took the opportunity to apologize for not being there for Izuku, but Izuku dismissed his words. Asuna was surprised to learn their last names, realizing that they had a connection from the real world. She suggested that Izuku join the Blood Brotherhood, assuring him that they would no longer see him as a killer. Izuku declined, stating he had no need to deny who he was, but thanked her for the offer. Kirito suggested they at least try to work together this time, but Izuku felt it was too late for that. As he began to walk away, he asked if they were coming or staying. Both Kirito and Asuna quickly agreed to follow him. As they continued, Kirito and Asuna attempted to assist Izuku against the monsters, but he dispatched them effortlessly, as if they were mere low-level foes. Kirito marveled at Izuku's incredible strength and reaction speed, recalling how he had defended against Heathcliff's attack. He wondered when the inevitable confrontation between Izuku and Kayaba would take place, but he had no answers. Izuku was determined not to miss that battle for anything. The trio was observing the boss door from a distance. As they approached, Izuku remarked that they were almost there, his eyes fixed on the door. The group fell silent, unsure of what to say. Asuna acknowledged Izuku's strength, noting how much he had improved since their last encounter. Izuku admitted that he had struggled to keep up with her attacks when he was at level 9, but it seemed he had surpassed her now. Asuna mentioned that he had chosen not to use a rapier in their previous battles, and Izuku hesitated, recalling a moment he preferred to forget. Curious about their plans after leaving Sword Art Online, Izuku asked Kirito and Asuna what they intended to do. Asuna expressed her desire to return to her studies, while Kirito agreed, stating he didn't have much else to do. Izuku shrugged, contemplating finding a new job and continuing his studies as well. He hadn't spoken to anyone outside of battles in a long time. Asuna offered to talk whenever he wanted, prompting a shy response from Izuku, who turned his gaze away. He asked if they were ready to enter the boss room. Kirito assured him they could go whenever he was ready, while Asuna questioned if they should wait for others. Izuku insisted he would fight with or without their help, wanting her to understand his determination. Asuna sighed but agreed, suggesting he join their group. Izuku, however, declined, causing Asuna to wonder if he at least wanted to be friends. She opened her menu, and Izuku noticed a prompt asking if he wanted to be friends with her. He scratched his cheek, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Kirito chuckled, recalling that Asuna had done the same to him. With a sigh, Izuku accepted the friendship request. Asuna jumped with joy, and Izuku urged them not to distract him as they prepared to enter the boss room. He hoped the boss wouldn't be an easy target. As they stepped into the boss level, the area began to glow with blue flames along the walls. From the flames emerged a formidable demon known as the Gleam Eyes. The boss of floor Izuku warned them not to get in his way as he drew his sword and positioned himself in front of Kirito and Asuna. Asuna challenged him, but Izuku remained focused on the impending battle. As the fight commenced, Izuku engaged the boss while Kirito and Asuna attacked from the sides, preventing the demon from retaliating against them. Izuku reiterated his warning not to interfere, his sword glowing red as he struck the boss, causing it to stagger. He insisted he could handle everything on his own, but Kirito reminded him that he couldn't do it all alone. Izuku recalled a time when someone had told him the same thing, tightening his fists as he reflected on his past. Asuna suddenly called out to him, pushing him aside just as the boss swung its weapon toward her. Kirito intervened, using his sword to shield Asuna but was sent crashing to the ground. Izuku urged Asuna to check on Kirito, sheathing his sword and drawing a rapier instead. Asuna smiled, teasing him about finally using a rapier after all. Izuku charged at the boss, who attempted to strike him with its weapon. Meanwhile, Asuna rushed to Kirito's side, confirming he was okay and ready to fight again. The three of them coordinated their attacks, with Izuku realizing that fighting a level 74 boss as someone above level 80 wasn't as daunting as he had anticipated. He leaped high, severing one of the boss's horns, which enraged the creature, prompting it to charge at him. Asuna and Kirito seized the opportunity to strike from behind, but the boss quickly turned to retaliate. Izuku focused on the demon, channeling energy into his rapier as he prepared for a decisive blow. However, the boss managed to push him back, and Izuku decided to change tactics, drawing his sword instead. He declared that it was time to end the fight, raising his sword enveloped in red light. As he advanced, he noticed Kirito and Asuna attacking from the side, which he found somewhat bothersome. He leaped again, aiming for the boss's head, but the creature evaded him. Asuna shouted for Kirito as she prepared to strike, but the boss kicked her away and swung at Kirito, who barely managed to defend himself. Izuku, frustrated with their interference, reminded them not to get in his way. Kirito requested assistance, prompting Izuku to sigh and draw a bow and arrow. He instructed Kirito to hold on a little longer as he aimed for the boss's eye. With a swift release, the arrow struck true, causing the boss to recoil. Izuku watched as the demon staggered back, but then he realized he needed to check on Kirito and Asuna. Izuku pointed to the side and found Asuna sitting on the ground. She stood up, ready to continue fighting, but stumbled comically after a gentle push from the green-haired boy. He expressed his frustration, feeling they were a headache and regretting letting them join. Asuna brushed it off, insisting they would help. Izuku sighed, acknowledging her stubbornness, which made Asuna pout. Kirito chimed in, saying they would help him whether he liked it or not, as he considered Izuku a friend and wanted to assist. Izuku turned his back to them, heading towards the boss who was screaming in pain from his injured eye. Kirito, with a teasing smile, glanced at Asuna, who playfully nudged him. Asuna suggested attacking the side of the boss with the damaged eye. Izuku pointed out that was obvious and asked if they knew of any weaknesses. Asuna's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Kirito suggested targeting the feet, and Izuku shrugged in response. He decided they would cut the boss's left leg while Kirito and Asuna would target the right. As they charged at the boss, Izuku dodged an attack but looked up to see the boss opening its mouth, a bright blue light emanating from it. He quickly turned his sword to block the fire attack, landing on the ground but managing to avoid being set ablaze. Asuna rushed to his side, while Kirito seized the opportunity to strike the boss's right leg, causing it to drop to one knee. Kirito realized that Izuku's intention was to avoid any damage since they were unsure of the boss's capabilities. He watched as Asuna helped Izuku to his feet. Izuku reassured her that everything was fine and declared it was time to end the battle, pulling his sword from the ground. Asuna warned him to be careful, and he nodded, indicating he would lead the charge. As they approached the boss, who was still trying to attack Kirito, he shouted for it to give up. The boss was straining to stay upright, but Izuku took advantage of the moment, driving his sword into the boss's back. Asuna followed up with a swift strike to the back of its neck. They watched as the boss's health bar depleted completely. Afterward, Izuku and Asuna withdrew their swords, observing the boss's disappearance. Asuna marveled at receiving the reward and experience for their efforts. Izuku complimented their teamwork, sheathing his sword and preparing to leave. Kirito called out to him, and Asuna quickly followed. Izuku questioned if something was wrong, reminding them he had only intended to fight the boss. Kirito suggested they celebrate together, and Asuna agreed. However, Izuku declined, stating he was satisfied knowing they could move to the next floor and praised their performance before departing. Kirito noted how much Izuku had matured, while Asuna speculated about his age. Kirito guessed he was around 17 or 18, and Asuna was surprised to learn he was older than her. Kirito joked about their height, lamenting that Japanese people often weren't very tall. Asuna remarked that Izuku seemed to be about 1.75 meters tall, and Kirito nodded in agreement. Kirito speculated that Izuku's father might also be short, as he had only met his mother. Asuna mentioned that his mother was. But Kirito interrupted, saying he would be devastated if anything happened to her. Asuna crossed her arms, expressing a desire to help Izuku, prompting Kirito to recall that she had wanted him to join the Blood Oath. Asuna confirmed this but mentioned she needed to speak with the commander about leaving the guild. Kirito sighed, teasing her about wanting to team up with him, but Asuna pointed out that his team was also part of the assault group. Kirito noted they must be back at the 50th floor and suggested they leave together. The next day, Kirito sat with Agil, who was reading a newspaper. Agil mentioned that 3 players had cleared floor 74, Kirito, Asuna, and Izuku. Kirito felt nervous but acknowledged that Izuku had done most of the fighting, while Asuna landed the final blow. Agil remarked on how Kirito should thank Izuku for his help, to which Kirito scratched his cheek, feeling that Izuku was likely at a much higher level than them. Agil recalled witnessing Izuku defeat a group of the Laughing Coffin, a guild known for assassinations, and Liz, who was nearby, expressed her nervousness about encountering someone like him. Agil reassured her that Izuku seemed like a good person, likely motivated by a troubled past with that guild. Liz hoped that was true, and Agil reminded her that since Izuku was friends with Kirito, he wouldn't pose a threat. Meanwhile, Izuku walked across a bridge, spotting a boy in a black vest. He apologized for being late, and the boy, Kaminari, shook his head in response. Izuku looked weary, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. He had his hands in his pockets and wanted to discuss something important with Denki. Denki, curious, asked how Izuku had discovered he was in this game. Izuku pulled out an image and handed it to Denki, who recognized the difficulty of creating images without the help of a cartographer. Denki admitted that he had led a group on the 7th floor, but after a tough battle on the 25th floor, he lost the motivation to continue and decided to wait for someone else to clear the floors. Izuku nodded, understanding Denki's situation. Denki then revealed that the image he created featured himself and Jair. He had planned to make one with Kirishima, but Kirishima had chosen to train to join the assault groups. This revelation made Denki hopeful that Izuku knew where Jair was, as she had been missing for months. Izuku's gaze dropped to the ground, and Denki sensed something was wrong. The scene shifted to Kirito and Asuna standing before 5 individuals. Kirito addressed Heathcliff, who was seated across from them, indicating he wanted to speak. Heathcliff inquired if Kirito had a nickname, to which Kirito simply replied that he preferred to be called Kirito. Heathcliff then implied that Kirito wanted to take Asuna away, but as she was the subcommander, he wouldn't allow it without a challenge. Kirito accepted Heathcliff's challenge, agreeing to a duel where the winner would decide Asuna's fate. Heathcliff smiled, and they arranged to meet in the stadium for the competition. Asuna, concerned, kicked Kirito and expressed her frustration at his decision to fight Heathcliff, reminding him of Heathcliff's unique abilities. Kirito, confident in his own skills, reassured her that he was ready for the challenge. The next day, Kirito and Asuna faced each other, and she urged him to be careful. Kirito, determined, made his way to the battlefield. As the duel began, Heathcliff taunted the crowd, and Kirito demanded a share of the earnings from the event. Heathcliff, confident, remarked that he expected to win against Kirito and would take the earnings for himself. The crowd cheered as the duel commenced, with Kirito launching a series of attacks. Heathcliff, calm and collected, pushed Kirito back with his shield. Kirito, realizing Heathcliff could attack with his shield, prepared for a counterattack. As he drew a second sword, the crowd erupted in excitement, recognizing Kirito's dual-wielding ability. Kirito charged at Heathcliff, but Heathcliff easily deflected his strikes. Kirito attempted to land a direct hit, but Heathcliff's defense was formidable. In a surprising turn, Kirito was struck by Heathcliff, causing him to fall to the ground as the crowd cheered for the commander. Later, Kirito, feeling defeated in his new uniform, sat with Asuna, who tried to cheer him up. Kirito lamented his choice of attire, and Asuna playfully suggested he should have consulted their guild first. Kirito considered the idea of inviting his friends to join their guild, and Asuna encouraged him to explain that he lost a bet to Heathcliff. In a different scene, Sachi and her guild members discussed their recent challenges. When Kirito and Asuna entered, Sachi blushed at the sight of Kirito, who was greeted warmly by his friends. Kirito announced that he had joined the Blood Brotherhood due to a bet, pointing to his new outfit. Sachi, curious about his attire, wondered if he had joined for Asuna. Kirito then proposed that his friends join the Blood Brotherhood, with Asuna as the subcommander who could facilitate their entry. Sachi eagerly raised her hand, and the others considered the opportunity, recognizing the benefits of being part of a guild with an active assault group. After everyone agreed to join, Kirito felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on his recent defeat and the new journey ahead. Kirito never thought he would find himself in such a situation. He and Asuna ended up visiting Liss and Agile to craft some weapons for their friends. Asuna had been by his side the entire time, and he felt a deep sense of joy knowing she was there with him. He hadn't expected to bond with Asuna like this, especially after their previous missions with the assault groups had gone awry, often due to Midoriya, who would rush ahead, clearing floors and defeating the guild known as the Dreaming Coffin. The other assassin guilds seemed to disregard them entirely. It was clear that Midoriya had a personal vendetta against those assassins. Perhaps one of them had taken a friend from him. Kirito still held on to the revival item, just in case someone fell before his eyes, but thankfully he hadn't needed to use it yet. Days passed, and now Kirito found himself in the castle of their guild alongside his friends and Asuna. Asuna felt a bit down, noticing that they couldn't seem to find a moment alone together. She glanced at Kirito's friends, who were chatting in the background. Kirito was giving Sachi some advice on her combat technique, suggesting she make a cut from the right after shielding herself from the left. Sachi, blushing, thanked him while playing with a strand of her hair. Kirito, noticing Asuna's pout, asked her what was wrong, but she simply turned away, crossing her arms. Just then, someone from the Blood Brotherhood entered, capturing everyone's attention. Godfrey greeted Kirito and mentioned they needed to train before heading to the dungeon. Kirito nodded in agreement. Sasamara asked if they would join, but Godfrey declined, stating that others in the guild would handle their training while he focused on Kirito. He instructed Kirito to meet him in front of the castle. Asuna sighed, feeling a bit left out again. Kirito waved goodbye to his friends, wishing them well as he left with Godfrey. Upon reaching the front of the castle, Kirito spotted Godfrey with someone he recognized, Kuradil. Godfrey explained that since they were now part of the same guild, he wanted them to train together, urging them to put their past behind them. Kuradil expressed regret for his past actions and bowed, acknowledging his mistakes. Kirito, feeling a bit nervous, smiled and apologized for breaking Kuradil's sword, which only made Kuradil clench his fists. Godfrey then instructed everyone to hand over their crystals for a team exercise. Kirito, confused, asked if he meant the transportation crystals. Godfrey confirmed and Kuradil handed over his crystals as well. With everyone ready, Godfrey shouted for them to begin training. The training went as expected until it was time for a break. Godfrey handed out lunches, and Kirito, feeling a bit disappointed with just a piece of bread, longed for the sandwiches Asuna made. He noticed Kuradil hadn't eaten anything, maintaining a strange smile. Suddenly, Godfrey collapsed, and Kirito felt a wave of panic wash over him. Kuradil erupted into laughter, drawing his sword. Godfrey realized too late that Kuradil had prepared the food. Kuradil taunted Kirito, demanding he do him a favor and die. Kirito shouted in horror as he watched Godfrey disappear. Kuradil approached Kirito, revealing that the paralysis he had used was a technique from the assassin guilds. Kirito's eyes widened as he recognized the tattoo on Kuradil's arm, realizing he was from the Dreaming Coffin. Kuradil admitted he had joined the guild to gain the paralysis skill and raised his sword. Kirito felt a sharp pain as Kuradil's sword pierced his leg. Kuradil relished the moment, taunting Kirito about his feelings for Asuna. Just then, Izuku appeared, arms crossed, and commented on Kuradil's enjoyment. Kuradil was taken aback, questioning what Izuku was doing there. Izuku explained he was tracking members of the Dreaming Coffin and had overheard Kuradil's affiliation. As Kuradil prepared to fight, Izuku's calm demeanor unnerved him. Kuradil charged, but before he could strike, he was suddenly pierced by a dagger from Asuna, who had come to Kirito's aid. Kirito felt a surge of relief as Asuna used a healing crystal on him, bringing him back to full strength. Asuna looked at Kirito, who smiled at her, and in a moment of emotion, she embraced him tightly. Izuku observed the two, feeling a mix of emotions as he took Kurodil away, who was fading from view. Kirito expressed his gratitude to Asuna, gently stroking her hair as she began to cry. They shared a moment of connection, their eyes sparkling with unspoken feelings. As the night fell, Kirito and Asuna sat together, sipping tea. Asuna remarked on how long the day had felt, especially after the ordeal with Kurodil. Kirito pondered why Izuku targeted members of the Dreaming Coffin, while Asuna reassured him that Izuku was a good ally. Kirito admired Izuku's strength and wondered what made him so formidable. Asuna noted that he was a beta tester, likely possessing knowledge that surpassed theirs. Kirito corrected her, revealing that Izuku was not a beta tester, leaving Asuna wide-eyed in surprise. Indeed, he didn't even know how to fight with a sword or a rapier in the first few months. Kirito thought about how he owed everything to Midoriya, who had been suffering, while he, as a beta tester, had not been able to give back even half of what Midoriya had done for him. Only Midoriya and the members of his previous guild knew he was a beta tester. He glanced at Asuna, contemplating whether to tell her. Asuna, feeling a bit flustered, stood up and turned off the lights, which confused Kirito since they were in the kitchen. He felt a blush creeping onto his face as he watched Asuna start to remove her clothing until she was in her undergarments. Asuna, with a blush of her own, shyly asked him not to look at her that way and suggested he do the same. Kirito stammered that he only wanted to sleep in the same room as her, but Asuna, with a determined look, clenched her fist, surrounded by a purple light, and called him an idiot, delivering a playful punch. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through a forest with his hood stained, suggesting a recent battle. He mused about how he didn't expect a guild of assassins to have so many members and noted that he still had a few groups left to dismantle that foolish guild. He continued until he reached a cabin and lit a candle, sighing as he assumed someone must still be there. Entering a room in the cabin, he spotted Denki lying on the bed, hugging a frame and staring blankly. Izuku offered him some dinner and water, which Denki pointed to a table. Izuku nodded and placed the food there, wishing Denki a quick recovery before leaving the room. Izuku then sat in the cabin's living room, placing the candle beside him. He thought about how he had given all the food to Kaminari and realized he should look for something outside, feeling the pangs of hunger since he hadn't eaten since morning. Back with Kirito, he sat on the bed next to Asuna, who was lying down. He gently stroked her head, waking her up. She told him she hadn't been asleep yet and shared a dream about being in the real world. Kirito asked if she missed it, and she nodded. Asuna expressed relief that the events of SAO had only been a dream, while Kirito inquired if she wanted to return to the other world. She affirmed that she did, but only if they could go together to the real life. Kirito shyly agreed, and Asuna reassured him that they would not die and would go to the real world together, intertwining their fingers as she leaned closer to him, feeling the warmth of love. Later, Izuku was seen battling monsters with his sword, effortlessly defeating them with swift movements. He then pulled out a fishing rod and cast his line, reflecting on how strange it was to find himself fishing in the middle of a forest at midnight. He caught a fish and remarked on its solitude, wondering about his fishing skills as he noted an improvement in his fishing level. The next day, Kirito and Asuna emerged from a teleportation gate, arriving at the 22nd floor, which Kirito noted he hadn't visited in a long time. Asuna admired the beauty of the floor, and Kirito agreed, mentioning the lack of monsters outside the vast forests. They discussed buying a house, pleased that they had enough money, and Asuna expressed her surprise that they were allowed to take a vacation for 3 weeks. Meanwhile, Izuku leaned against a wall, watching Denki, who was in tears. Denki asked if Izuku was going to sleep, to which Izuku replied that he hadn't slept since an attempt on his life while he was asleep. He also struggled with memories of Jairu and others. Denki expressed regret for Izuku's care, but Izuku insisted that Denki was his friend. Denki, feeling weak, hugged the frame tighter as Izuku offered to open a window to let in some fresh air, noting that the smell was unpleasant. Denki reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that the cabin belonged to Izuku, who clarified that it was actually Jairu's cabin. Izuku tried to lighten the mood with a joke about the game not allowing Denki to gain weight, which earned him a fiery response from Denki, who was in a sentimental moment. Izuku chuckled, assuring Denki that it was fine. Denki thanked him for always being there, and Izuku decided to close the curtains but leave the window open for fresh air, wishing Denki to rest as he left the room. Izuku stepped outside the cabin and drew his sword, determined to find food for the day. Back with Kirito, he watched Asuna run toward the balcony, excitedly calling him to see the view. He warned her to be careful as he gently embraced her while they admired the vast lake near their home. Asuna reminded him that members of his old guild would be visiting, and Kirito mentioned he would tell them about their relationship. Asuna placed her hand over his, but Kirito pulled away, causing her to look puzzled. He then asked where Klein might live, speculating it could be on the 49th floor, and Asuna wondered where Deku might reside. Kirito rubbed his chin, contemplating the situation. He thought that perhaps staying on a lower floor was wise, considering the presence of a killer. With Izuku on floor 61. Izuku was busy storing his sword. He believed he had enough supplies for both lunch and dinner, carefully placing everything in his inventory. The only thing left to find was a drink. He decided not to give Kaminari any alcohol, so he would have to make some juice instead. As he scratched the back of his neck, he sneezed unexpectedly. He wondered if someone was talking about him, but dismissed it as nonsense. Pulling out some bottles, he reminded himself to look for spring water on floor 47 and sweet fruits on floor 52 to make the juice for Kaminari. He activated a teleport crystal, noting that floor 47 was easier to access, and vanished. With Kirito. Kirito remained still alongside Asuna, who looked at him with concern. She asked if something was wrong, and he hesitated before assuring her it was nothing. Asuna took his hands, emphasizing that even though this was just a virtual world, her feelings for him were very real. She held his cheeks, and Kirito listened intently. She promised that when they returned to the real world, she would find him and fall in love with him all over again. Kirito felt a blush rise to his cheeks as he absorbed her words. The two leaned closer, sharing a gentle moment together. Asuna smiled and suggested they go have some fun, stepping out onto the balcony. Kirito smiled back, agreeing to follow her. Later with Izuku. Izuku arrived at the cabin and sat on the sofa, feeling a bit lazy as he stared at the ceiling. He thought to himself that Kirigaya was likely having a great time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find a shocking sight: blood on the floor. He trembled as he saw Jur lying there, a katana piercing through her. Panic surged within him as he clenched his fists, feeling the sting of his own wounds. He stood up, shouting that he couldn't sleep and that he felt responsible for what had happened. Tears streamed down his face as he realized that if it weren't for him, she might still be alive. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him, and his health bar began to decrease as he pressed his fists tighter. Izuku shook his head, trying to regain his composure. He pondered what he should do next, deciding to head to floor 22 to catch some fish, but thought better of it, deciding to wait a few days. With Izuku at floor 22. After a few minutes of walking, he finally reached the lake he had in mind. He noticed people happily fishing and quickly realized he needed to avoid them to keep his cover as a red player. As he distanced himself, he wandered into a forest and spotted a girl surrounded by a soft white light. She seemed ethereal, not quite a monster or a player. Curiosity got the better of him, and he approached her, deciding to carry her with him. On his way, he encountered Kirito and Asuna, who were heading toward him. Kirito had the girl on his shoulders, and it seemed they were off for a little adventure. Kirito called out to Izuku, surprised to see him carrying the girl. Asuna jumped down from Kirito's shoulders, questioning what Izuku had done to her. Izuku quickly assured them he hadn't harmed her at all. Kirito noticed that the girl didn't have any player or monster interface, which piqued his interest. Izuku mentioned he needed to get going, but Asuna invited him to come with them to their home and wait for the girl to wake up. Izuku hesitated but eventually agreed, asking where they lived. Kirito and Asuna led the way, and Izuku followed. Upon arriving at their house, Izuku gently placed the girl on their sofa and expressed his gratitude for their hospitality. Kirito chuckled, teasing Izuku for still being nervous. Izuku quickly denied it, feeling embarrassed. Asuna reassured him that it was no trouble, as he was their friend. Izuku reflected on his friend's list, feeling a bit down as he only saw Denki and Asuna listed. Kirito noticed and asked why he hadn't added him yet. Izuku accepted the friend request, feeling a little better. Kirito inquired about Izuku's reason for being in the forest. Izuku explained he was trying to catch fish for meals. Asuna reminded him that he couldn't go where people were due to his status as a red player. Izuku confirmed that he had chosen to leave them alone instead. Kirito understood and decided to let Izuku stay with the girl while he and Asuna went out to have some fun. Asuna asked if they should invite Izuku, but he declined, preferring to stay put and relax on the sofa. As Kirito and Asuna left, Izuku took in his surroundings, reflecting on how different things were for him compared to them. With Kirito and Asuna. As they walked together, Asuna commented that she thought Izuku was a good person, to which Kirito agreed. Suddenly he spotted some friends running toward them and called out to them excitedly. With Izuku. Izuku hummed to himself while cleaning his sword, which still bore traces of blood. He couldn't quite remember what he had last fought, but the stains remained. Asuna noticed Kirito taking her hand. He wanted to introduce her as his girlfriend, and Sachi looked at Asuna, who greeted her nervously under Sachi's vacant stare. Deku expressed surprise, asking if she was really Kirito's girlfriend, to which Asuna nodded. Asuna felt uncomfortable as she realized she was being left out again. Meanwhile, Izuku sat with a sour expression, on the verge of collapsing from boredom. He wondered how long it would take for the girl to wake up. Asuna watched the boys fishing and chatting, and when she noticed Sachi was missing, she looked around and saw Sachi next to her. Startled, Asuna greeted her with a nervous laugh. Sachi shyly greeted her back, rubbing her arm. Asuna hadn't expected Sachi to be so close. Sachi wanted to tell Asuna something important. She hesitated, blushing, and confessed that she liked Kirito too. Asuna's eyes widened in surprise, and Sachi declared she wouldn't let Asuna win. Asuna crossed her arms, intrigued. Sachi, looking away, confirmed her feelings. As she stood up, Asuna watched her with a comical expression as Sachi approached Kirito. Asuna was confused, wondering what Sachi was doing. Sachi took Kirito's hand, and Asuna was taken aback by Kirito's blush. Kirito turned to Asuna, who was jumping around in disbelief. He wondered what was happening and recalled that he was supposed to be with Sachi. Sachi wanted to say something important to both of them, covering her face with her hands. Kirito decided to wait for her and walked toward Asuna. Deku asked Sachi if she was really going to confess, noting that Kirito already had a girlfriend. Keita wished her luck, while Tetsuo encouraged her not to be embarrassed. Sasamaru assured her they would support her. Izuku was still sitting on the couch, looking around the house. He urged the girl to wake up, turning his head in boredom. Asuna observed as Sachi approached her and Kirito. Kirito asked if something was wrong, and Sachi nodded, blushing as she tried to express her feelings. Asuna watched Kirito, who seemed flustered. Sachi finally admitted that she liked Kirito. He glanced at Asuna, who was crossing her arms, and he seemed unsure. Asuna felt a surge of frustration, realizing Kirito was hesitating despite having her by his side. She stood up, her aura fiery with determination, questioning his doubt. Kirito called out to her, grabbing her hand as she turned to look at him. He glanced at Sachi, who was still blushing. Kirito apologized sincerely to Sachi, who nodded while wiping her eyes. She forced a smile, saying she expected that response and regretted ruining the day with her feelings. She ran off, leaving Asuna watching Kirito, who was trembling slightly. Kirito expressed his surprise that Sachi liked him, thinking she had feelings for Keita instead. Asuna asked if he felt anything for Sachi, and he shrugged, unsure how to explain. He admitted that while Sachi had caught his attention, his connection with Asuna was deeper. Asuna acknowledged his feelings but reminded him that his hesitation would not be forgotten. She suggested they leave their friends alone for a bit, noticing them comically embracing Sachi. Kirito agreed, wanting to check on Izuku, who he suspected was bored. Izuku was staring at the ceiling, feeling the warmth of the cabin. He took a bite of an apple, wishing he had eaten it earlier. He hoped Kaminari would recover soon. Just then, Kirito and Asuna entered the cabin, and Asuna apologized for taking so long. Kirito explained they had gotten distracted. Izuku reassured them it was fine, just needing to keep an eye on the girl. Asuna offered him food, and he accepted gratefully. Kirito complimented Izuku, noting he seemed different from their previous encounters. Izuku expressed his gratitude for being allowed to care for the girl. Kirito apologized for the trouble they had caused, but Izuku insisted it wasn't Kirito's fault. They decided to forget about the past and focus on enjoying their time together. Kirito mentioned how unexpected it was to find love in a virtual world, and Izuku agreed, reflecting on his own experiences. They shared a moment of camaraderie, realizing how much they had grown through their adventures. Asuna returned with plates of food, and Izuku thanked her, marveling at her cooking skills. Kirito eagerly dug into his meal, prompting Asuna to remind him to slow down as he choked slightly. Izuku hesitated, recalling a past experience with poisoned food, which surprised Asuna. Kirito took a bite of his food while glancing at Izuku, who was staring at the ground as he set his plate on the table. Asuna observed Izuku, noticing the shadow over his eyes, and mentioned that someone had tried to poison him. Izuku, with a glimmer of nervousness in his eyes, expressed his appreciation for the meal and asked Asuna if she could help him improve his cooking skills, smiling shyly. Asuna eagerly agreed to help, and Izuku smiled broadly, grateful for her support. Kirito watched the exchange between them with curiosity. As they continued, Kirito observed in the background as Izuku and Asuna discussed cooking techniques. Asuna pointed out that Izuku had forgotten to remove the sides of the dish, which affected the flavor. Izuku seemed to be calculating in his mind, confused about the need to keep everything intact. Asuna laughed, surprised that he had eaten that way so many times, prompting a nervous chuckle from Izuku. Asuna playfully declared that she would teach him to cook just as she had taught him to fight, crossing her arms with a teasing smile. Izuku, taken aback, questioned her confidence. Asuna suggested he remove his dark jacket for comfort while cooking, as long sleeves could be cumbersome. Izuku hesitated, sniffing his jacket to confirm it was clean. Asuna reassured him, explaining that it was for his own convenience. With a sigh, Izuku stored his jacket in his inventory, thinking about how he had told Kaminari he would take longer to prepare the meal Asuna was teaching him. He adjusted his shirt, feeling more prepared. Asuna then handed him a knife, ready to teach him the basics of making a sandwich. Izuku admitted he didn't know how to make bread, to which Asuna replied that was why she was there to teach him. Kirito, arms crossed, watched the two interact. Asuna instructed Izuku to knead the dough, encouraging him to add water to soften it. She urged him to put more effort into it, and Izuku, feeling the pressure, began to pound the dough with determination. Kirito noted how strict Asuna was in her teaching. After some time, Asuna told Izuku to let the dough rise in the oven. Izuku, feeling nervous, pointed at the oven, unsure if he was doing it right. Asuna confirmed he was on the right track, instructing him to set the temperature for proper baking. Izuku acknowledged that it would be easier if she didn't shout at him, prompting Asuna to pout playfully. Kirito, observing their antics, commented on the fuss over making a simple sandwich. Asuna retorted that the challenge lay in making the bread, teasing Kirito about his limited cooking skills. Izuku expressed his gratitude for Asuna's patience and for providing the ingredients, to which she responded that she had expected him to know how to cook, given his solitary player status. Izuku explained that he often lacked the necessary materials, humorously mentioning that he used his sword to cut food, as his last knife had worn out. Asuna listened intently, her expression softening as she watched him. Izuku suggested they start chopping the meat and vegetables for the sandwich. Asuna asked if he knew what to add, and he listed tomatoes, onions, and chili, wondering if lettuce would be a good addition. Asuna agreed and began gathering the vegetables, while Izuku prepared to cut the meat she had set out. Kirito decided to check on their friends, and Asuna waved him off, realizing they needed to join them soon. Izuku apologized for taking up her time, but Asuna dismissed his concerns, playfully saying he apologized too much. As they worked, Asuna asked Izuku if he missed the real world. He nodded, expressing how long it had been since he had spoken to his mother, who he had promised to call after moving to Tokyo. Asuna listened, noting the wistfulness in his tone. Izuku remarked on the tears caused by cutting onions, making Asuna chuckle as she shared her own complicated relationship with her mother, emphasizing her love for her despite their differences. She inquired if anyone knew he was in the game, to which Izuku replied that he was currently supposed to be at Kirito's house. Curious, Asuna asked if Kirito looked the same in the game as in reality. Izuku shrugged, teasing that she would find out someday. Asuna shared her experiences of talking to many people in the vast world, while Izuku admitted that he mostly spoke with her, followed by an old friend and then Kirito. Asuna was surprised to hear that he valued their conversations so much. Izuku explained that he didn't engage with those he intended to fight, and being a red player made others wary of him. As the oven beeped, signaling the bread was ready, Izuku opened it with a childlike expression, realizing he had forgotten to use oven mitts. Meanwhile, Kirito walked toward a lake, observing their friends fishing and wondering how they could spend so much time doing so. With his hands in his pockets, Sachi greeted Kirito, who looked away shyly. Sasamaru pointed out that they had been waiting for Kirito, mentioning that he had taken too long. Keita asked what had happened, and Ducker inquired about Kirito's girlfriend, prompting everyone to look at him. Kirito reassured them that everything was fine. He had been talking to a friend while she stayed at home to chat with him. Tetsuo raised an eyebrow, questioning if they were really just talking. Ducker exclaimed that Kirito should never leave his girlfriend alone with someone else. Kirito explained that she was teaching the friend how to cook since he was a solo player and needed to learn. Sasamaru insisted that it wasn't a valid excuse. Kirito smiled and waved his hands, expressing his trust in his friend, who he believed would not do anything inappropriate. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy cutting bread. Asuna suggested that he should prepare toppings, catching his attention. He responded sarcastically, prompting Asuna to cross her arms and declare that she wouldn't say anything more. Izuku then proposed making something for the little girl when she woke up, noting that children loved delicious food. Asuna clarified that she meant something healthy, to which Izuku admitted he didn't know how to make desserts, causing Asuna to make a chibi face. They decided to check on the girl, but as they entered the room, Izuku comically tripped. Asuna couldn't help but laugh quietly, trying to keep the noise down as the girl opened her eyes. She greeted them softly, confused about where she was. Asuna asked if she remembered what had happened, but the girl shook her head. Izuku asked her name, and she confirmed it was Yui. Asuna introduced herself and Izuku, who told Yui she could call him Midoriya. Yui repeated their names, trying to grasp them. Izuku then mentioned he planned to make her something to eat, but Asuna jokingly warned that it might not be safe. Yui touched Izuku's shoulder and called him Dad, leaving him surprised. Asuna teased him about it, and Yui looked at Asuna with bright eyes, asking if she was her mom. Izuku nervously denied it, while Asuna blushed. Izuku decided it was best to leave, but Asuna insisted he couldn't abandon her with the girl. Yui asked if something was wrong, noticing Izuku sweating. He joked that he would go get milk like his father, but Asuna stopped him again. Eventually, he agreed to stay for just a few hours, promising to leave afterward. Yui was excited, and Asuna asked if she wanted something to eat, which Yui eagerly confirmed. Izuku offered her one of the sandwiches he had made with Asuna's help. Yui thanked him, calling him Dad again, which made him nervous. He prepared to leave, but Asuna laughed at his expression, commenting on how he had disappeared. Yui enjoyed the sandwich, and Asuna asked how it tasted. Yui declared it delicious, while Asuna noticed the sandwich had spicy ingredients. Asuna explained that Izuku had left but that her boyfriend would be coming soon, suggesting Yui could call him Dad. Just then, Kirito entered with his friends, announcing their arrival. Asuna playfully told Kirito that everyone would have to make their own food. Kirito was surprised and asked why, to which Asuna teased him about not asking her how to cook. Kirito greeted Yui, who stood beside Asuna. She asked about her dad, and Asuna pointed to Kirito, who was taken aback by the situation. Yui questioned if Kirito was really her dad, causing Asuna to feel nervous. She confirmed that Kirito was her boyfriend, but Yui seemed confused about the whole situation. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at the cabin with a slight smile, hoping Kaminari would like what he had prepared with Asuna. Upon entering, he found Kaminari sitting on the bed. Kaminari greeted him, surprised by how long he had taken. Izuku scratched his cheek, explaining that he had been busy. Kaminari teased him about whether he had been fighting, but Izuku quickly denied it, offering him a sandwich instead. Kaminari was impressed by the delicious smell and took a bite, complimenting Izuku on his improved cooking skills. Izuku noted that Kaminari's cooking frame was now hanging on the wall, indicating his progress. Kaminari asked if Izuku had been to a cooking class, and Izuku smiled, thinking about how much he had learned. Izuku nodded. A friend had welcomed him into her home and taught him how to make bread, gifting him some resources to create other sandwiches, smiling widely. Denki, nudging Izuku, expressed excitement about meeting this friend. Izuku cautioned him not to start with his antics, mentioning that she had a boyfriend and that no woman would want to be near him with his odor. Denki laughed, reminding Izuku that he had smelled just as bad when they were searching for him long ago. Izuku acknowledged this with a nod. Denki then mentioned it was time for him to take a shower, joking that he would freeze otherwise. Izuku agreed and asked what Denki planned to do next, wondering if he would continue being a cartographer. Denki shrugged, contemplating revenge against their enemies. Izuku shook his head, advising him to live without resentment and sitting beside the blonde. Denki hesitated, asking if Izuku regretted having killed those men. Izuku denied it, explaining that many considered him a monster for taking a life. He spoke about the need to be strong and resistant to the poison of revenge, which gradually corrupts the soul. Rising to his feet, he reflected on how killing someone would turn him into a red player, isolating him from others, unlike his original intention of making friends rather than fighting to the death against assassins. He kicked a cockroach in frustration, noting how messy the room was. Denki offered to clean it up, expressing gratitude towards Izuku. He then asked if it would be alright to join the assault group. Izuku mentioned that his friend was part of that group and suggested it might be better to introduce them if Denki was serious about joining. Denki celebrated this news with excitement. Izuku reminded him that he needed to prepare for an attack in half an hour, having discovered one of the remaining bases of the Laughing Coffin. Denki assured him that if he needed help against those villains, he knew who to call. Izuku agreed to message him if assistance was needed, providing the location in the message. Denki acknowledged this, sighing as he prepared to clean up and shower, hoping Jiraiya hadn't seen him in his current state. He mused that growing older had brought him some maturity, or at least he hoped so. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the 72nd floor when he received a message from a friend. He was surprised to see it was from Asuna. Opening the message, he felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead as he read that Yui wanted to see him, having kicked Kirito multiple times, insisting he wasn't her father. Izuku felt guilty for leaving without informing Yui and contemplated how to phrase his response, knowing he couldn't mention his plans to fight. He decided to let them know he had found a Laughing Coffin base and was heading there. After sending the message, he received another notification almost immediately. Asuna questioned whether he was going to fight alone, expressing concern for his safety. Izuku confirmed he was going alone and pondered whether to use his sword or dagger for the upcoming battle. Another message from Asuna caught his attention, and he smiled at the thought of finally having someone to talk to. She suggested that they could help him since they were friends, and Kirito wanted to ask him something important. Izuku sighed, realizing he had unintentionally cancelled his assault plans. After a moment of frustration, he decided to head to the portal to transport himself to the 22nd floor to meet up with his friends. He sent a quick message to Kaminari, jokingly asking if he had showered yet. Kaminari replied with reluctance, confirming he had, and asked if he needed help with anything. Izuku playfully responded that he didn't need Kaminari's help, prompting a humorous reaction from his friend. After their exchange, they met at the transporter on the 22nd floor, ready to visit Kirito and Asuna. As they walked, Izuku asked Denki if he had any weapons. Denki proudly displayed his daggers, claiming he never left without them. Izuku commented on their quality, while Denki joked about feeling inferior when Izuku inspected his weapons. They continued their conversation until they arrived at Kirito and Asuna's home. Denki admired the house, while Izuku kept his hands in his pockets. Yui spotted Izuku from the second-floor balcony and called out to him. He greeted her, and Denki was momentarily taken aback by Yui's presence. Asuna joined Yui, greeting Izuku warmly as they entered the house. Denki, flustered by Asuna, struggled to regain his composure. Asuna introduced herself to Denki, who eagerly introduced himself as Kaminari. Izuku wanted to mention Denki's interest in joining the assault group, but Asuna quickly guessed his intentions, surprising Denki. Izuku confirmed that he was curious about Denki's chances of becoming a member. Asuna assured them that they would discuss it later, inviting them inside. As they entered, Yui playfully challenged Izuku, who chuckled at her antics. Asuna offered them something to eat, and while Izuku declined, Denki enthusiastically accepted. Izuku reminded Asuna that Kirito wanted to speak with him, eager to see what was in store. Yui sat down next to Denki, who had a chibi expression on his face. Asuna mentioned that she was surprised that someone hadn't caught any fish yet, even though he had gone fishing nearby. Izuku decided to go look for him, but Yui asked Asuna if she could go with her dad. Asuna thought it would be better for Yui to stay and play, and Yui agreed, waiting for her mother to prepare some food. Denki noticed Yui looking at him and asked if something was wrong. Yui replied that he had the same look as her dad, which made Denki raise an eyebrow. She then asked if he was a friend of her dad, to which Denki confirmed that he had known him for almost 3 years. Meanwhile, Izuku walked to a lake and saw Kirito fishing. He greeted him, and Kirito explained that he had been waiting for Izuku because he didn't want Asuna to overhear their conversation. Izuku raised an eyebrow, wondering if something had happened. Kirito wanted to talk about his relationship with Asuna, so Izuku sat down beside him. Kirito expressed his discomfort, and Izuku looked at him curiously. Kirito admitted that he felt he didn't know Asuna well, especially since their conversations about food were usually about him wanting her to cook for him. He reflected on how they had become a couple after a kiss during a critical moment when he was saved from danger. He felt unprepared for the seriousness of their relationship, especially since they had bought a house at such a young age. Izuku, at 18 and still single, tried to reassure Kirito that everything would happen in due time. He reminded him that they would eventually leave this world. Kirito expressed his doubts about the longevity of his relationship with Asuna, feeling that he had rushed into it. He lamented that he had ruined their lives and that he was responsible for Izuku being trapped as well. Izuku insisted that it was not Kirito's fault but rather the doing of their enemy, Heathcliff. Kirito was puzzled, wondering why they needed to confront Heathcliff. Izuku explained that they had to deal with him, as he was a significant threat. Kirito, still unsure, admitted that he struggled to take his relationship with Asuna seriously, especially since he had feelings for Sachi as well. Izuku pressed him about his feelings for Sachi, and Kirito confessed that he had never considered what Asuna might think of his real self. He felt overwhelmed by his emotions and decided it was best to remain friends with both girls. He acknowledged that he was young and had much to live for. Izuku encouraged Kirito to express his feelings to both Asuna and Sachi. Kirito felt conflicted, recalling how he had chosen Asuna over Sachi in a moment of indecision. He admitted that he had been unable to articulate his feelings, but Yui had helped him realize that he didn't truly love Asuna as he thought. Kirito felt lost, unsure of how to move forward with Sachi, especially since he hadn't spoken to her since he made his choice. Izuku pointed out that Kirito wasn't living his life as he had claimed. Kirito acknowledged that Aincrad was a double-edged sword. Determined to be honest, Kirito decided to message Sachi about his feelings, hoping for a relationship that wouldn't lead to marriage right away. He planned to meet her at the Fountain of Flowers on the 47th floor, a beautiful spot for their conversation. Izuku looked down, feeling a mix of emotions. He explained to Kirito that he only considered the girl a friend and wasn't planning on pursuing a relationship just yet. He thought that if he ever had serious news to share, his mother would be the first to know, and she would surely love to hear that story. Kirito chuckled, recalling how Yui had referred to Izuku as her father and Asuna as her mother. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed but managed to smile at the memory. Kirito teased him about using a crystal, prompting Izuku to wonder who he would tell first about his own decisions. Kirito sighed, expressing his determination to endure challenges like Izuku had, despite being seen as a ruthless killer. Izuku couldn't help but smile faintly, knowing Kirito admired him for his strength. Kirito mentioned that he hadn't used the revival item Izuku had given him long ago, and Izuku confirmed that he hadn't saved a friend with it. He hesitated to discuss the circumstances surrounding it, feeling a weight in his heart. Kirito promised to make the most of the revival item, and Izuku suggested he visits Sachi first. Kirito expressed his gratitude for Izuku's support despite his foolish choices before running off. Izuku thought it best to get Kaminari out of Kirito's house, knowing it would be awkward for him otherwise. After saying goodbye to Kirito, he made his way to Kirito and Asuna's home, wondering who would stay there. Upon arriving, he found Asuna at the door. He greeted her and she returned the gesture. Izuku asked about Kaminari, and Asuna pointed to Denki, who was busy eating a sandwich. Yui chimed in, asking why Izuku hadn't asked about her father. Izuku knelt down to Yui's level, smiling brightly and encouraging her to play with her dad. Yui eagerly agreed, and Asuna smiled sweetly, suggesting they go for a walk. Izuku felt a bit anxious, thinking that Asuna needed some time alone with Kirito to talk without interruptions. Denki, wanting to join, stepped closer to Asuna, which made Izuku wonder if he had developed feelings for her. Asuna seemed uncomfortable with Denki's proximity, and Izuku pondered how to ensure she would be alone for a while. Meanwhile, Kirito walked hand in hand with Sachi on floor. She asked if he planned to learn kendo in real life, and he admitted he enjoyed using the sword. Sachi's smile faded slightly, and Kirito reassured her that they would all return to the real world safely, promising that she wouldn't be in danger. He wiped away her tears, encouraging her not to give up. Sachi smiled brightly, and Kirito thought about how he needed to tell Asuna about his feelings. He asked Sachi if she could return to their guild's house, explaining that he needed to speak with someone and would be back in about 40 minutes. Sachi agreed, waving goodbye as he used a crystal to teleport away. Izuku was walking alongside Denki and Asuna, with little Yui perched on his shoulders. He asked Kaminari to look after Yui for a moment while he quickly took Asuna somewhere. Asuna raised an eyebrow, surprised by his request. Izuku explained that Kirito had sent a message asking her to go home. Asuna smiled and decided to head off quickly, promising to return soon. As she ran toward her house, Denki asked Izuku what he thought she would say. Izuku nodded, assuring him that it was best to let them talk privately. Yui innocently wondered if her mother would marry Izuku after all was said and done. Izuku looked down at Yui. Izuku wondered what was happening. Denki asked if he needed something. Izuku clarified that he wasn't talking to him. Meanwhile, Kirito walked toward the house in the distance, quickening his pace. As he approached, he noticed Asuna running toward him, greeting him with a blush. Kirito waved slightly in response. Asuna expressed how she had missed him and asked where he had been. Kirito looked away, preparing to share something important. Asuna watched as Kirito extended his hand toward her, revealing a ring that symbolized their relationship. Asuna gasped, surprised. Kirito placed the ring in her palm, but his expression turned somber as he struggled to find the right words. Asuna felt tears welling up in her eyes. Kirito hesitated, revealing that he wasn't in love with her. Overwhelmed, Asuna knelt on the ground, crying. Kirito offered her the house, acknowledging that she had paid for most of it, and sent a message that he wanted a divorce. Asuna pressed the cancel button, pleading with him not to do this. Kirito reiterated that he didn't have all the time in the world, calling her by her title, which made her cry even more. In a moment of frustration, Asuna finally pressed accept, telling him to leave. Kirito turned away, apologizing as he walked off. Asuna wiped her tears, feeling hurt and confused. She noticed Izuku, who was breathing heavily, and rushed to him, resting her head against his chest. She called Kirito foolish. After a moment, Izuku asked if she was feeling better. Asuna nodded, grateful for his support, and expressed her confusion about why Kirito left her. She reminded herself that she was a warrior and shouldn't dwell on her sadness. Izuku suggested they go see Yui, and Asuna agreed, feeling she still had time to rest. They walked together, and Asuna asked if he wanted to continue learning to cook. Izuku happily agreed. Not long after, they found themselves by the lake, where Izuku played with Yui while Denki watched from a distance with Asuna. Denki mentioned that he would challenge Izuku the next day, and Asuna teased him about joining the guild. She wondered if Izuku would want to join as well. Denki doubted it, explaining that Izuku was much like All Might, his former mentor, preferring to fight alone to protect those around him. Asuna reflected on this, realizing the weight of Izuku's responsibilities. Denki noted that Izuku must have incredible willpower to endure so much. He admitted he couldn't keep up with him and asked Asuna what she thought of Izuku. She found him very charming and strong, which made Denki feel a bit down. Asuna described Izuku as sometimes nervous but endearing. Denki playfully suggested that she might end up falling for him, which made her blush. As she walked toward Izuku and Yui, Denki wished her luck, teasing her about her feelings. Asuna felt flustered but tried to brush off his comments as she approached Izuku, who greeted her and Yui. Denki watched them, hoping that Izuku would find happiness. Later, Izuku sat with Denki, who was feeling down about a cooking mishap that Asuna had tasted. Denki asked about Yui, who was watching. Asuna spun around in confusion. Asuna, dizzy, wondered what had happened. Afterward, they observed Yui sleeping peacefully in Izuku's lap. Asuna asked if they could find Yui's parents, but Izuku suggested they might need to search in the starting village, recalling how Yui had appeared without any belongings. Asuna pondered how Yui could have ended up on such a high floor. Denki questioned if her parents didn't want her, but Izuku reminded him of Eri, a girl they had once helped who had faced serious challenges. He sighed, expressing concern for Eri's well-being. Asuna listened, feeling the weight of their past experiences, and Izuku encouraged Denki to consider what they should do next. Asuna crossed her arms, questioning why she wasn't going to fight. Denki, rising from the sofa with a big smile, suggested they go and fight. A little later, Denki drew a katana while Asuna readied a rapier. Izuku observed them as they took their combat stances, stating that the winner would be the one to reduce their opponent's health to yellow. Asuna remained silent, while Denki charged at her, only for Asuna to easily deflect his attack. She warned him not to rush, delivering several moves that left Denki on the ground. Izuku remarked on how quickly the battle had concluded, to which Asuna replied that was why she was called the Swift Flash. Izuku noted that Asuna seemed to surpass him in speed with the rapier as she sheathed her weapon. Denki, getting back up, expressed his frustration, and Asuna dismissed his capabilities to join the Blood Brotherhood. Izuku commented that Asuna seemed to be the sub-commander, prompting a smile from her. She suggested Denki might try fighting another member of the Brotherhood, and he nodded, determined to keep training. Izuku mentioned that when Yui woke up, they would head to the starting village, asking if Denki would join them. Denki declined with a teasing smile, and Asuna turned away, understanding his intentions. Later, Izuku walked through the starting village alongside Asuna, with Yui holding hands with both of them. Yui asked what they were doing there, noticing the lack of people. Izuku explained they were searching for her parents, and Asuna nodded in agreement. Yui expressed her desire not to leave their side, her eyes glistening. Asuna, feeling a rush of affection, hugged Yui tightly, while Izuku observed the scene. He questioned what Yui's parents might be thinking and how Asuna would feel if she lost a daughter. Asuna held Yui even closer, admitting she felt what she was feeling at that moment. Izuku sighed, reminding her that he doubted her parents would allow her to join the Blood Brotherhood. Asuna acknowledged this. Yui, tightening her embrace with Asuna, expressed her reluctance to be apart from them. Izuku sighed again, feeling the weight of the situation. As they continued walking, they heard a woman shouting from an alley, urging someone to let the children go. Without hesitation, Izuku rushed into the alley, spotting several armored men with children behind them. A girl stood in front, trying to protect them. Sasha shouted for the men to release the children and demanded they hand over whatever they had. The children nodded nervously. Izuku dashed in front of the kids, with Asuna and Yui quickly joining him. He declared he would handle the situation, drawing his sword. Asuna cautioned him not to go too far, and Izuku approached the armored men, who began to retreat upon realizing he was a red player. He boldly asked how they wanted to face defeat, raising his sword, which glowed red. With a swift motion, he pushed the men away from Sasha and the children. He warned them they were lucky to be in a safe zone, or they wouldn't live to tell the tale of how he defeated them. The men fled, shouting in fear. Izuku sheathed his sword, feeling a mix of satisfaction and concern. Yui trembled, looking at Izuku in awe, and then at the sky, whispering about the souls. Asuna gently nudged Yui, who began to collapse, calling out her name in alarm. Izuku rushed to embrace Yui, calming her down. After the brief encounter, they spoke with Sasha, who cared for the children left in the starting village. Many of them had experienced trauma from their time in this world. Izuku felt a deep anger towards Kayaba, wishing to confront him with his sword. Sasha informed them that the men who had threatened the children were part of the Aincrad army, led by a fool named Kibu. She had no information about Yui, and they speculated she might have been one of the children she cared for, but it seemed unlikely. A few hours later, a girl arrived at the scene. Izuku noted her attire, questioning if she was part of the Aincrad army. Yulier confirmed he was correct. Asuna, ready for a confrontation, placed her hand on her rapier, but Yulier assured them she was there to thank them and ask for a favor. Izuku and Asuna exchanged glances. Yulier explained that due to Kibu's foolishness, one of her friends named Sinker had been trapped in a dungeon on the first floor. Izuku agreed to help without hesitation, and Asuna followed suit. They intended to leave Yui with Sasha, but she stubbornly climbed onto Asuna's back, and they set off for the dungeon to assist Yulia. As they made their way through the dungeon, Izuku noticed the presence of level 60 monsters, which was unusual. Yulia explained that this was the reason she sought their help, acknowledging their reputations as the Swift Flash and the Dark Wolf. Izuku acknowledged her knowledge as he walked ahead of the three girls. Asuna inquired if he had found any good items from the monsters, and Izuku opened his menu to reveal frog legs. He offered them to her, but she declined in disgust, leading him to toss the item aside. They continued walking until they spotted a white room in the distance. Izuku sensed someone nearby, and Yulia rushed toward the room, calling out for Sinker. Izuku, startled by the sudden appearance of a health bar on his interface, recognized the threat as a powerful boss. He rushed in to save Yulia from an attack, urging her to focus on her friend while instructing Yui to follow her. Yui protested, but Asuna nodded and took Yui to the white room. Izuku realized he couldn't see the boss's characteristics, suspecting it was a level 90 or higher. Asuna joined him, asking if he discovered anything. He insisted she should leave, but she refused, determined to stay by his side. Izuku clenched his fists and drew his sword, warning her to flee if anything happened. He called out to Yulia, "Use crystals to escape." Yulia nodded. Asuna urged everyone to take care of Yui while Yulia pulled out 3 crystals. Yulia promised to help, handing 1 crystal to Yui and another to Sinker. Izuku was determined not to let anyone die in that place. As he observed the boss preparing to attack, Izuku quickly dodged, realizing the strike was aimed at Asuna. He called out to her, but Asuna closed her eyes, bracing for impact. Instead, she felt something warm splatter on her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw Izuku standing in front of her, the boss's scythe embedded in his shoulder. Asuna gasped, looking at Izuku, who was smiling despite a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Izuku remarked that the boss wasn't as fast as he thought, struggling to remove the scythe. Asuna rushed to help him, but the boss was relentless, trying to pierce Izuku's shoulder completely. Just then, the boss withdrew the scythe, noticing Yui approaching. Izuku called out to Yui, while Asuna dashed toward her, only to see the boss attack the girl. However, a message appeared before Yui, declaring her an immortal object. Izuku and Asuna's eyes widened at the revelation. Izuku realized Yulia and Sinker were missing and noted the shattered crystal on the ground. Yui reassured them, raising her hand to summon a massive sword engulfed in flames. The boss attempted to strike her, but Yui swung her sword down, piercing through the boss, who vanished. She turned to Izuku and Asuna, smiling as her sword disappeared. Asuna looked at Yui, who ran toward Izuku, offering to heal him by placing her hand on his shoulder. Izuku expressed his gratitude with a smile. Yui gestured for them to follow her, leading them into a white room where a black stone sat in the center. Izuku asked what it was, and Yui explained that it was a control panel for the SAO system known as Cardinal. She revealed that she was a prototype mental health advisory program. Izuku and Asuna were taken aback by this revelation. Yui continued, explaining that she was designed to have emotions to better assist players, but Cardinal had restricted her interactions, allowing her only to observe. Izuku realized she knew about his struggles, and Yui confirmed that he had suffered the most in this world. She noted his recent positivity compared to his earlier time in the game. Asuna wondered about the reason behind it, while Yui playfully mentioned that it would be a secret. She shared that she had managed to escape to see Kirito and Asuna, who were the happiest players. Asuna's eyes widened in surprise as Yui acknowledged that they had wanted to be in this world. However, she felt that Kirito's perspective had changed because of her. Yui expressed her gratitude for the care they had given her, urging them not to follow a dark path and to smile for those who loved them. Izuku promised to honor her request and thanked her for saving them, but he questioned why she spoke as if it were a farewell. Yui explained that Cardinal would try to eliminate her after witnessing her defeat of the boss using hidden codes. Asuna embraced Yui, who wanted them to continue spreading joy as they had done for her. As Yui began to fade away, she bid them farewell. Izuku quickly placed his hand on the control panel, activating a keyboard. He was determined not to let Kayaba win, vowing to turn Yui into an object and send her to his nerve gear. Yui thanked him, smiling as she disappeared faster, leaving only her hand visible before vanishing completely. Izuku revealed a sword to Asuna, claiming it was Yui's heart. He assured her that he would keep it in his inventory, and she would see it again once they escaped SAO. Asuna handed the sword to Izuku, her gaze cast downward. He encouraged her to wait, but when he turned to her, she embraced him, expressing her gratitude. Asuna asked for his real name, and he introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku. She shared her name, Yuki Asuna, and they exchanged playful banter about their in-game names. Izuku reflected on his promise to Yui, determined to confront Kayaba. Later, Izuku sat with Denki and Asuna in her home. Asuna smiled, surprised by a message she received from Heathcliff, prompting concern from Izuku. Asuna explained that he was summoning all assault team members back, unsure of what was happening. Denki eagerly asked if he could join the test, and Asuna agreed. She turned to Izuku, asking if he wanted to join them. Izuku hesitated, recalling his promise to Yui not to harm anyone, but he also didn't want to leave them to face the boss alone. Asuna assured him she wouldn't abandon him either, while Denki joked about their situation. Asuna blushed and nodded, while the green-haired boy followed them. Now they had arrived at the center of floor 45, where they noticed a large crowd. It was clear that many were preparing with at least 5 vanguards to fight the boss. Izuku wondered if he would have to fight everyone here. Would he win? He often found himself pondering silly and unnecessary questions. The people looked at him strangely, perhaps because the last time he had seen them, he had given them a beating. They waited for Kayaba. While they were waiting, Izuku noticed Kirito and his friends waving at him. He gave them a slight nod, as he only knew Kirito from that group. He saw them approaching, but at that moment, Kayaba arrived and opened a portal with a strange crystal, transporting them in front of a boss door. Heathcliff asked if everyone was ready, and they all nodded. He shouted for them to fight as he opened the door, and they all rushed into the completely dark level. Denki thought about how he had come to fight the boss when he had only intended to join them. Everyone looked around, confused, as they couldn't see the boss. But Izuku looked up and pointed, shouting that he had spotted the boss. Heathcliff warned everyone to get out of the way, as they were an easy target. Most moved aside, except for 3 who reacted too late. The 3 were about to be attacked when the green-haired boy appeared in front of them, shielding them with his sword. He urged them to move away, and they complied. Kirito was surprised to find that one of his swords had disappeared. He opened his menu and noticed that he no longer had the dual-wielding skill. Izuku shouted for caution as he saw the boss preparing to attack. The green-haired boy intercepted the attack just in time. Asuna then charged directly at Izuku and leaped high, delivering several moves to the boss. Heathcliff instructed everyone to attack from the sides while he covered the boss's main attacks. He asked Izuku and Asuna if they could handle the sides, and they both nodded. They all began to attack the boss simultaneously. Kirito was still confused about the sudden loss of his ability. He wondered what had happened while he attacked as best he could with his blue sword. Izuku shouted for everyone to keep going, covering the attacks aimed at his side. Asuna struggled to defend against the scythe attacks. Heathcliff assured her that he would handle the scythe while she focused on attacking. Izuku noticed that the boss's health was down to half. He stepped back, drawing everyone's attention. He raised his sword high, which began to glow red. He shouted at the boss, who was now fixated on the sword. Everyone watched in awe as the boss charged directly at the green-haired boy. Izuku ran toward the boss, and in a massive leap, he evaded the attack while delivering several precise cuts to the boss's neck, causing it to fall to the ground. As the boss began to disappear, Izuku sheathed his sword and glanced at his companions. He asked Heathcliff if he was ready for their battle, and Heathcliff smiled slightly, stating that there was no better time to fight. Izuku expressed how long he had waited for their battle, and everyone gasped at the mention of Kayaba's name. Kayaba revealed himself as Akihiko Kayaba, the creator of Sword Art Online. The group clenched their fists at this revelation. Kayaba noted that he was the one they were supposed to face on floor 100, but Izuku had discovered him a month ago. Most of the group fell to the ground, paralyzed, except for Izuku. Denki realized he was paralyzed too. Izuku confronted Kayaba, calling him a lunatic while preparing for their fight. Kayaba retorted, reminding Izuku that he was the one who had killed hundreds of people. Izuku questioned who had incited him to do so, and Kayaba smirked, mentioning the assassins who had harmed Izuku's friend. The green-haired boy clenched his lips, blood trickling from his mouth as he prepared for battle. Kayaba watched as Izuku drew a sword and a dagger. Izuku declared he wanted to see what Kayaba could do against Yui, taking a combat stance. Kayaba remarked that he had thought Kirito was the one with dual-wielding skills. He offered Izuku a choice, to fight him now or wait until they reached floor. Asuna pleaded with Izuku not to take on Kayaba alone, her eyes glistening with concern. Izuku asked her to ensure that nothing happened to the others. Kayaba agreed, stating that the fight would be between him and Izuku. A prompt appeared for Izuku, asking if he wanted to accept the challenge. He decided to accept, smiling as he did so. Kayaba drew his sword, expressing his excitement to fight the bearer of One for All. Izuku shrugged, admitting he regretted purchasing the game but not everything about it, glancing at Asuna with a smile. Kayaba declared that their battle would be to the death, and Izuku nodded as they both charged at each other. The two clashed with their swords, each trying to land a blow. Izuku attempted to strike with his dagger, but Kayaba blocked it with his shield. As they continued to fight, Kayaba noticed Izuku had drawn a bow. Kayaba braced himself with his shield but realized nothing had impacted. He looked up just in time to see Izuku poised to strike him with his sword. Kayaba managed to push Izuku back with his shield. Izuku proclaimed he was fighting for those who had died in this game, urging Kayaba to feel his rage as he charged at him again, planning to attack first with his sword. Kayaba positioned his shield to block Izuku's attack but was caught off guard when Izuku's dagger struck him from the side. Kayaba staggered back, and Izuku smiled at the successful hit. He warned Kayaba to be careful as he noticed an arrow descending toward him. Kayaba looked up, surprised. Remembering when Izuku drew the bow, he covered himself with the arrow's shield but looked at Izuku, who stood in front of him. Kayaba could only defend against one attack. He blocked the strike with Yui's sword, but as he anticipated, the green-haired boy struck him directly with his rapier, sending him tumbling across the ground. Izuku acknowledged Kayaba's effort, noting that he had almost intercepted all of his attacks as Kayaba rose from the ground. He noticed a shadow above him and watched as Kayaba was struck by the arrow. Kayaba realized he hadn't even touched Izuku, who remained unscathed and neutral in expression. He reflected on how he had been outplayed, surprised that Izuku had launched two arrows, one with normal force and another with great power. He fell to the ground completely defeated. Izuku declared his victory, walking toward Kayaba, who no longer had any health left. Kayaba smiled, acknowledging his defeat. Izuku reminded him that he had not fought alone but with the memories of those who had perished in the game. He stood before Kayaba, urging him to fulfill his promise. Kayaba responded that everyone would be deactivated in 1 minute, prompting cheers of joy from the players. Izuku felt a wave of emotion, thinking of his mother and wiping his eyes. Kayaba allowed the players to celebrate before disappearing. Izuku heard the jubilant shouts and saw players rushing toward him. Denki ran up to him, exclaiming his excitement. Asuna approached, tears in her eyes, calling out to Izuku, who felt a blush at being addressed so warmly. The green-haired boy received hugs from both Denki and Asuna, who praised him for his victory. Izuku thanked everyone for their support, feeling a mix of emotions as he reflected on his sword, Yui. Asuna took his hands, suggesting they meet in real life, and Izuku nodded in agreement, promising to find her. Denki playfully nudged him, asking why he wasn't looking for him too, which made Asuna and Izuku chuckle. Izuku thought about how sword art online hadn't been entirely bad as darkness suddenly enveloped him. He opened his eyes, touching his head and realizing he was back in the real world. He removed the nerve gear, feeling his long hair fall over his shoulders. He resolved to cut it and stood up, only to stumble over the feeding machine. He exclaimed that he had done it and would go see his mother, taking the machine with him as he left the room. Izuku walked through the streets of Tokyo, stopping in front of a house where a girl emerged. Suguha smiled brightly, calling out to him as she approached. Izuku greeted her, thanking her for taking care of him during his recovery. Suguha dismissed it, saying they were waiting for him in the backyard. They entered the house, but Izuku paused to remove his shoes. Suguha reminded him that he didn't know where the backyard was, and Izuku smiled nervously. They walked together until they reached the backyard, where Kirito sat by a small pond. Suguha announced Izuku's arrival, and Kirito greeted him with a slight smile. Izuku asked if something was wrong, but Kirito shook his head. Kirito noted that Izuku was about to leave for Mizudafu, and Izuku confirmed he was going to see some friends. He mentioned that his mother didn't know he had woken up and planned to visit her the next day. Kirito expressed regret for bringing him into the game, and Izuku reassured him that it was fine. Suguha added that Kirito still needed to regain his strength. Kirito inquired how Izuku was up and about so easily, to which Izuku replied that he didn't spend all his time sitting in front of a computer. Kirito, recalling his own past, felt a bit embarrassed. Suguha chuckled, and Kirito changed the topic, asking if Izuku had heard about the new school for SAO players. Izuku knew about it but pointed out that it was for high school students, while he was already in university. Kirito acknowledged that since Izuku had attended UA since he was 16, he was allowed to join the university. Izuku reflected that he would likely have graduated by now if he hadn't gotten involved in SAO, causing Kirito to look down. Kirito apologized again for dragging him into the game. Izuku remained silent, and Kirito asked about his friends and Asuna. Izuku shrugged, admitting he didn't have his friend's number, only Asuna's, and mentioned that since leaving UA, he had only kept in touch with 2 friends, Jairu and Todoroki. Kirito expressed happiness for him, noting that he would have classmates who played SAO. Izuku recalled visiting Asuna in the hospital and how he had to speak to journalists to find her location. Kirito smiled, impressed by Izuku's resourcefulness. He then asked about his girlfriend, and Izuku nodded, recalling her name as Sachi. Kirito shared that he hadn't been able to find her, but he hoped to see her at school. Suguha suddenly turned and said she would be back shortly before leaving. Izuku, about to follow her, said he would be right back. Kirito raised an eyebrow, wondering if something was wrong. Izuku noticed Suguha had stopped, and she hesitated before speaking. Suguha seemed to be wiping her eyes, and Izuku recognized her struggle, recalling how he used to hide his tears in school. He encouraged her to share what was bothering her. Suguha smiled at Izuku's offer but shook her head. She mentioned that her thoughts were just silly, and Izuku shrugged, telling her she could share anything she wanted. As he walked past her, he decided to visit Asuna, noting that Kirito didn't need him around. Suguha promised to wait for him with a smile. Izuku wished her well as he left, and Suguha waved goodbye, looking down for a moment. Izuku exited the elevator and walked through the hospital corridors. Upon reaching Asuna's room, he found her still asleep, her Nerf gear still on her head. He had planned to bring her flowers but hesitated, noticing that Kayaba had instructed everyone to be disconnected. He wondered if someone had tampered with the Nerf gear, which still showed signs of being active. His thoughts were interrupted by footsteps. Shizu, a familiar face, greeted him, and Izuku confirmed his identity. Just then, Nobuyuki Sugo entered the room, apologizing for his tardiness and recognizing Izuku with surprise. Izuku frowned at Sugo's overly familiar demeanor and pushed his hand away, feeling it was disrespectful. Shizu reprimanded Izuku for his lack of respect towards Sugo, but Izuku pointed out that Sugo hadn't introduced himself and had grabbed his hand without warning. Sugo awkwardly apologized, introducing himself as Nobuyuki Sugo. The tension in the room escalated as Izuku noticed Sugo moving toward Asuna. He declared that he wouldn't allow Sugo to touch her, and Sugo, with a mocking smile, questioned what a child like Izuku could do. Izuku's response was swift and decisive. He pushed Sugo against the wall, gripping his neck tightly. Sugo was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Izuku revealed that he recognized Sugo as one of the programmers behind Sword Art Online, expressing his anger not just for Sugo's actions toward Asuna but for attempting to deceive him. Sugo protested, confused by Izuku's accusations. Izuku warned him about his reputation as a feared player in SAO, emphasizing that he wouldn't tolerate any lies. He accused Sugo of trapping Asuna in another game, making everyone believe she was still in SAO. With a swift kick, he demanded answers, and when Sugo failed to respond, Izuku pressed him further, enjoying the moment of intimidation. Sugo, realizing he was cornered, gasped for air as Izuku released him. Izuku turned his back on Sugo, warning him to stay away from both him and Asuna. Sugo, now flustered, fled the room. Left alone, Izuku pondered where Asuna might be trapped, discovering a game titled Alfheim Online in the Nerf Gear console. He decided to take the game to investigate the system further, glancing back at Asuna, who was still peacefully asleep. After removing Asuna's helmet and storing it away, he noticed her waking up. Asuna looked around, confused, and recognized Izuku. He greeted her, and she asked if he was okay. When she attempted to sit up, he gently encouraged her to rest more. Asuna was relieved to see him and expressed her frustration about Sugo, realizing he had been the one to trap her. Izuku leaned against the wall, teasing her about her nervousness regarding her parents' arrival. Asuna blushed, contemplating returning to the game to avoid the situation. Izuku reassured her that he would be there for her, mentioning his plans to enter a virtual world again to install Yui's system. Asuna's face lit up at the mention of Yui, and Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. He noted how energetic she was compared to Kirito and assured her that she would soon be back on her feet. As he prepared to leave, he reminded her that he had left his number in case she needed anything. Asuna expressed her gratitude, and as he walked away, she covered her face, feeling flustered. Izuku walked through the streets of Tokyo with a backpack, contemplating his future. He resolved to buy a vehicle someday but knew he needed to find a new job first, reflecting on how he hadn't worked in 2 years. Izuku arrived at the train station, relieved that it was a bullet train. He wondered if Kaminari could walk well now as he made his way inside the station. As he stepped off the train, Izuku looked around, searching for someone. He spotted a familiar figure holding a small sign that read, Midoriya Izu. It was Shoto. Izuku waved and walked over to him. Shoto greeted him, humorously tossing aside the sign. Izuku apologized for asking if he could stay at Shoto's house for the night, explaining that he wanted to surprise his mother. Shoto assured him it was no problem, noting that Izuku was the only one he had in his contacts from Yuzudafu. Shoto led Izuku to a car where his father sat, looking like he wanted to sleep. Izuku apologized for being a bother, but Shoto's father waved it off, though he still appeared somewhat annoyed. Shoto asked Izuku how his last 2 years of gaming had been. Izuku crossed his arms, stating that it hadn't felt like a game. He then asked if Shoto had Kaminari's contact information, to which Shoto nodded, mentioning he had some contacts from UA, including Tenya, who would be graduating soon. Izuku realized he was just starting out while they were about to finish. Shoto pulled out his phone to find Kaminari's number, and as Izuku noted it down, his phone vibrated with an unknown number calling. He answered, surprised to hear Asuna's voice. She mentioned she wasn't tired and wanted to talk, which made Izuku smile slightly. They chatted about their plans, and Asuna playfully suggested a video call for the next time. After hanging up, Izuku noticed Shoto grinning at him. He asked Shoto not to say anything about the call, and Shoto complied, typing on his phone while a notification pinged on Izuku's device. Upon arriving at the Todoroki home, they were greeted by Shoto's older sister, Fuyumi, who welcomed Izuku warmly. Shoto's father, Enji, announced he was heading to bed, suggesting they do the same. Fuyumi followed suit, and Shoto mentioned he would sleep on a futon. Izuku shrugged, indifferent about where he would sleep. The next morning, Izuku was jolted awake by his phone ringing. He saw Shoto about to throw his phone, exclaiming in surprise. Shoto, still half asleep, mistook it for his alarm. Izuku scolded him for his method of turning it off. Curious about a missed call from Suguha, Shoto asked about her. Izuku explained she was a friend and, upon seeing her had tried to video call him, decided to connect with her. Suguha greeted him cheerfully, and they exchanged pleasantries. Shoto introduced himself, and Suguha introduced her brother, Kirito, who appeared in the background. Izuku mentioned he would have to end the call to go have breakfast, while Kirito and Suguha were just about to prepare something to eat. Izuku felt a pout forming on his face as he watched Shoto head toward the bathroom. Shoto mentioned that he would change there, leaving Izuku to dress in the main room. Izuku had intended to take a shower, but Shoto had already made his decision. Suguha found the situation amusing and remarked that Izuku's friend was entertaining. Izuku noted that Shoto used to be more reserved. Kirito suggested they let Izuku eat, acknowledging that he likely had a lot to do. Suguha pouted slightly but agreed, saying they would call Izuku later, to which he nodded in response. Izuku confirmed that he would wait for their call, realizing he would have to pass the time until Shoto returned. Later, Izuku walked alongside Shoto, who expressed his reluctance to walk. Izuku pointed out that walking was good for the feet, but Shoto lamented that his legs were no longer in shape. Izuku noticed that Shoto's legs were not as toned and strong as he remembered. Concerned, he asked what had happened. Shoto scratched his cheek and explained that as a student studying to be an accountant, he spent most of his time sitting and rarely went out, leading to a lack of exercise. Izuku understood why Ida accompanied Shoto, and he asked if Shoto had stopped exercising altogether. Shoto confirmed that he had, explaining that he had adjusted his school schedule to only attend classes 4 days a week. Izuku guessed that meant he had Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays free, to which Shoto nodded. Curious about their destination, Shoto inquired whom they would visit first. Izuku pulled out a picture and hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Shoto raised an eyebrow, prompting Izuku to show him the image of Jairu. Shoto asked what had happened to her, and Izuku looked down, revealing that she had been part of the game with him. Shoto wanted to know what had occurred, recalling that he had heard they were trapped. Izuku explained that it was a game where losing meant death in the real world as well. Shoto's eyes widened in shock as he remembered their conversation about the last 2 years. Izuku continued, revealing that Jairu had been killed in front of him by a guild of assassins, suggesting they not dwell on the assassins since they no longer existed. Shoto, with a hint of doubt, asked if Izuku had taken care of them. Izuku glanced at him sideways, leaving the answer open to interpretation. As they walked, they visited Jairu's parents, who showed them her grave. After paying their respects, they headed to meet Denki at the plaza, having messaged Kirishima to join them there. Upon arrival, they noticed Denki had dyed his hair black, but they chose to ignore it for now. Kirishima greeted them enthusiastically, calling Izuku Mito bro, and Shoto to do bro. Shoto, with a chibi expression, asked if everything was all right. Denki smiled weakly, admitting he was just out of shape. Shoto teased him, and Kirishima expressed his joy at being reunited, wishing Tenya bro and Baku bro were there too. Izuku speculated that Tenya was likely studying, and Shoto agreed. Kirishima asked Shoto if he had been in SAO, but Shoto clarified that he had been studying instead. He expressed relief that all three of them had made it out alive. Kirishima shared that his experience in the game had been relatively calm, although he had tried to fight to join the assault group but faced too many opponents. Izuku mentioned defeating the final boss, which surprised Kirishima, who had heard of Izuku's strength in the game. Denki chimed in, noting he had been part of the battle too, but Kirishima's mood shifted as he recalled his own struggles. Kirishima remarked that he had known Izuku was strong but hadn't expected Shoto to be as well. Shoto, with a chibi expression, pondered the implications of their strengths. Denki, pointing at Shoto, wondered what was going on with him, as he had somehow produced a whiteboard. Izuku, choosing to ignore that, asked if they had visited Jairu. The two nodded, and Denki shared that he had tried to contact Izuku first thing in the morning but didn't have his number, admitting they hadn't talked much at UA. After leaving the game, he had told Kirishima about his experiences, and they had crossed paths several times in the game. Kirishima confirmed that he had recognized Izuku as the Dark Wolf, having heard of someone named Deku who was an assassin. Shoto looked at Izuku, who smiled. When Shoto asked if he had killed them, Izuku nodded, explaining that it was inevitable after the deaths they had caused. Denki reflected on Izuku, thinking of him as a vessel of poison but admiring his ability to keep smiling despite everything. He then asked what they would do first. Izuku announced they would go for breakfast and then visit his mother, something he had been looking forward to. Kirishima cheered, eager to head out for breakfast, although the others didn't seem as enthusiastic. Later, the group walked together, with Kirishima carrying Denki like a sack of potatoes. Denki joked that he felt like a kidnapped princess, to which Shoto retorted not to compare himself to a princess, leaving Denki feeling down. Kirishima playfully called Denki his love, causing Shoto to react comically, taking it literally. Izuku smiled, missing their silly antics as he watched Shoto tease the two boys. He felt a warmth in his heart as they approached their destination. Shoto mentioned he had a camera ready to capture his mother's reaction, leaving Izuku feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. As they arrived at the house, Izuku spotted his mother and felt a rush of emotion. Inko opened the door, her eyes widening in surprise as she called out to Izuku, embracing him tightly while tears streamed down her face. Shoto snapped a picture, but it turned out blurry due to the tears on the lens. Izuku apologized for not being able to speak with her for the past month as he had promised 2 years ago, but reassured her that he was back now, smiling through his own tears. Izuku was in tears as the green-haired boy gently stroked his mother's head. He reminded her that they had visitors, glancing at Denki, Kirishima, and Shoto. Shoto shrugged, telling them to continue with their conversation. Inko, wiping her eyes, asked Izuku how he had been. He replied that the first few days had been good, and being in this world made him think a lot. Denki and Kirishima nodded in agreement, while Shoto remarked on the miracle of their survival. Inko expressed her happiness that the three of them had made it through. Denki praised Izuku, calling him their hero for defeating the game's creator with a clear difference in power. Inko turned to Izuku with a smile, but her expression changed when she noticed the red gleam in his eyes. Izuku clenched his fists, reflecting on the lives he could have saved and the ones he could have spared. He insisted that the title of hero did not suit him, and Denki observed the neutrality in Izuku's eyes. Denki suggested they avoid discussing SAO any further, and Izuku wholeheartedly agreed, pulling out his phone. Inko asked what he was doing as he opened his contacts. He mentioned wanting to introduce her to a friend, saying he had promised to call her when he got home. As he initiated a video call, he saw Asuna lying down. He greeted her, and Asuna waved at the camera, noticing Inko beside him. She returned the greeting, and Inko asked if Asuna was his girlfriend. Izuku glanced at his mother, while Asuna blushed and covered her face. Izuku quickly clarified that Asuna was underage. Inko realized they needed to get Izuku an adult ID, and he nodded in agreement. Asuna looked away shyly, and Inko teased that if the only issue was Asuna's age, they could wait a few years. She asked Asuna if they were in love, prompting Izuku to internally plead for help as his friends pretended to pull him away. Asuna, blushing, confirmed that she only needed to wait a year. Inko asked for her name, and Izuku, lost in thought, finally answered that it was Yuki Asuna. Inko expressed her hope that Izuku was interested, noting he had never had a girlfriend before. Izuku thanked her for the clarification, while Asuna let out a soft laugh. Asuna expressed her desire to meet Inko in person, to which Inko replied that she could just call her Inko. Denki thought Asuna had already won over Izuku's mother, while Izuku, confused, asked if he was liked. Asuna blushed again at the sudden question, and Inko playfully remarked on Izuku's boldness, causing him to feel a vain throb on his forehead. Asuna pouted, stating she wouldn't reveal her feelings through a camera. Izuku scratched his cheek, unsure of the difference. Inko sighed, and both she and Asuna puffed their cheeks in frustration, leaving Izuku puzzled. He acknowledged that it seemed he would have a busy day ahead, and Inko agreed, saying they would get his ID before he returned home to continue studying. Izuku smiled, saying he would probably be at Asuna's place the next day. Asuna waved goodbye, wishing them well as Izuku ended the call. Inko playfully poked Izuku's shoulder, and he admitted he hadn't expected to face such questions. Inko commented on how wonderful Asuna seemed, crossing her arms. Izuku blushed slightly, agreeing that she was a good person. Shoto, who had been quietly observing, caught Izuku's attention as he noticed his friends sitting silently. Izuku asked what was wrong, and Denki mentioned he needed to get his ID as well. Kirishima echoed him, and Shoto decided it was time for him to head home, not wanting to intrude on their plans. Denki mentioned needing to find some papers at home, unsure of what they were, but confident his mother would know. Kirishima suggested they would likely see each other there, and Izuku agreed, bidding them farewell. He noticed Shoto lingering and asked if something was wrong. Shoto extended his hand, reminding Izuku that he needed to say goodbye since he was leaving today. Izuku thanked him for keeping him company and for letting him stay at his house the previous night, accepting the handshake. Shoto requested that if Izuku played any more games like that, he should invite him next time, hoping there wouldn't be any more deadly games. They exchanged goodbyes, and Inko wished Shoto well. She reminded Izuku to get his papers and to fix his hair for the photo, which made him smile. Inko noted that she hadn't realized his hair was tied back, pointing out his small ponytail. Izuku awkwardly mentioned that he wasn't sure how she had missed it, explaining he hadn't gotten a haircut yet. Inko playfully suggested he might not be able to style it, but he smiled nervously and agreed to go as he was while she went to find the papers. Later, Izuku walked with Denki and Kirishima, their mothers chatting behind them. Denki mentioned that their IDs would be sent to their homes, and Kirishima corrected him, saying they were credentials. Denki insisted it was the same for him. Izuku explained that he had requested his to be sent to his apartment since he couldn't return before Monday. He asked if they would be studying there, to which they both confirmed. Izuku wished them luck with their choices, stating he needed to leave to buy his ticket. As they walked, Kirishima noticed a girl passing by, prompting Izuku to look as well. He watched her go, feeling a strange sensation as she glanced back at him. Denki asked if he knew her, but Izuku shook his head, unsure. He rubbed his arm, feeling a chill for reasons he couldn't explain, and mentioned that he had a feeling he would see her again. Kirishima speculated that she probably lived in Mizudafu unless she was visiting. Izuku decided to set that thought aside, still rubbing his arm, feeling the same sensation linger. After talking with his friends for a while, he knew it was time to say goodbye. They had told him that if he ever played a game, he should invite them, so he wouldn't be alone. He chuckled at the thought, feeling grateful for their friendship. Izuku left his mother's house, having purchased tickets for a bullet train to his apartment. He felt a mix of emotions as he stepped outside. Inko hugged him tightly, expressing her care for him. Izuku smiled back, feeling warmth from the embrace. He mentioned he would miss her and apologized for not staying longer, adjusting his backpack as he noted the morning chill. Inko playfully suggested he bring his friend Asuna next time, teasing him about his lack of a girlfriend at 18. Izuku was unsure how to respond, and Inko reminded him to take care of himself. He assured her he would, expressing his love before heading off, glancing back to see her waving goodbye. As Izuku arrived at the train station, he noticed people boarding. He felt relieved to have made it on time, but as he entered, he bumped into a girl who quickly apologized and hurried inside. He recognized her from earlier and felt a strange sensation. Trying to dismiss it as coincidence, he took a seat, only to see her sitting several rows ahead. Intrigued, he watched her glance back at him, causing him to look away, feeling embarrassed. The next day, Izuku disembarked from the train and checked his phone, noticing missed calls from Sugaha and Asuna. He yawned and left the station, searching for a taxi. When he hailed one, he felt that familiar sensation again as he got in. To his surprise, the same girl was sitting next to him. Startled, he decided to exit the taxi before it moved, spotting another taxi nearby. He couldn't shake the feeling of coincidence and hesitated before getting in again. Later, Izuku arrived at his apartment and lay down on his bed, initiating a video call with Asuna. He greeted her and asked about her recovery, mentioning he would visit her after running some errands. Asuna shared that she was doing well but needed to take things slow. Izuku wanted to ask her a question, and although she playfully huffed, she agreed to answer. He shared that he had received an invitation to a reunion party for players of SAO and asked if she would like to join him. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly accepted. They agreed to meet up later, and as Izuku ended the call, he noticed a message from an unknown number, wondering if it was the girl from earlier. As he walked, he checked the message, feeling slightly disappointed that it was just a notification about an order he had placed. He paused at a nearby park, noticing a boy in a cap sitting on a swing, pondering if he was too big for it. The boy waved, and Izuku returned the gesture before continuing on his way. He approached a large house and rang the doorbell, wondering if Asuna lived there. When she appeared in a white outfit, he greeted her, and they set off together, ready to meet their friends. Weeks passed, and Izuku found himself at a gathering with Kirito's friends. He mostly spoke with Asuna, Kirito, Sugaha, and a guy named Agile. There was also a girl who had lost her dragon, who thanked him but didn't engage further. During the first week, he logged into Alfheim Online to integrate Yui into the system. To his surprise, he discovered that he wasn't the only entity linked to his nerf gear. Alongside Yui, there was another entity named Ka. When he summoned Yui, he found her sword in his hands. Before the system could react, he quickly transformed the sword into Yui using the code he had integrated into Cardinal in SAO. It appeared that the cardinal systems of both SAO and Alfheim Online were identical. He decided to summon the entity Ka, but soon realized something unexpected about her. The stupid shield of Kayaba. Indecisive about summoning him, Izuku ended up doing it before the cardinal realized he had a shield. He had been talking with Yui and Kayaba, who gave him something called the seed. It seemed he could create something from a computer system, so he decided to send it to his nerf gear system with Yui's help. He wondered what would have happened if it weren't for Yui. He introduced Asuna to the game Alfheim Online. Apparently, the game's creator had been arrested for some reason, but he didn't think much of it at the moment, as it might be important later. When Asuna entered the game, she began to cry because Yui was next to him when they met. He had forgotten to tell her about that. He spent several weeks studying the seed with the help of Kirito and Agile, discovering that the seed could create enormous intervals capable of generating thousands of worlds in an online connection. He decided to sell the seed to a company that could keep it stable, and soon many people began creating worlds. Of course, they had to pay to create one. But non-physical games could be accessed for free since all that was needed was the internet. After that, 2 months of tranquility passed until one day he received a message that disrupted his peace. Izuku looked at the message he received, which seemed to be from one of the SAO programmers. He rubbed his forehead, realizing it contained an address. Noticing it was a safe location, he decided to go there. Upon arrival, he found it was a somewhat expensive restaurant. A man stood up from a table and called out to him. Izuku approached him and sat down. The man offered to pay for the meal, but Izuku insisted it wasn't necessary. He asked what the man wanted to discuss. The man explained that it was about some deaths. Izuku frowned, questioning what he had to do with it. The man revealed that players had died in a game called Gun Gale Online, which Izuku recognized as a game his friend Todoroki played. It was the only game where players could exchange in-game currency for real money. The man wanted to assign Izuku a mission, believing there was no better player than someone who had completed SAO and was a natural fighter. Izuku sighed, taking it as a compliment but questioned how the players had died. The man clarified that the new console everyone used was much safer and couldn't cause anyone to die. Izuku expressed his reluctance to accept the job, knowing the risks involved. The man assured him he would be paid and that he wouldn't die, as the player responsible had strict rules. He explained that the player only targeted those who stood out and had to kill them within the game. Izuku pondered the implications, realizing that if the player was famous, someone must know him, making it easy to find out where he lived. The man was surprised by Izuku's insight, and Izuku suggested that the deaths must be planned, indicating that someone else was likely involved. The man was impressed with Izuku's deductions and revealed that the player known as Dead Gun had killed 3 successful players with a single shot in the game. Izuku speculated that the deaths might not occur within the game but rather in the real world, possibly involving a drag or serum that caused the body to stop functioning. The man wanted Izuku to work for him, offering to pay him 5 times the usual rate, confident that no one was better suited for the job. Izuku agreed, shaking hands with the man and promising to do his best, even though he hadn't fought in a game for a while. The man handed him 2 names of players to meet, Sinan and Dynamite. Upon reading the latter name, Izuku's eyes widened in recognition. He knew that name belonged to someone he had known for a long time. The man was excited, believing Izuku had everything he needed to defeat Dead Gun. Izuku left the restaurant, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Arriving at his apartment, he felt a familiar sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Sitting on his bed, his phone rang, displaying Asuna's number. He answered, and she appeared on the screen with wet hair. Asuna greeted him, noting he seemed to have finished school. Izuku replied that he was surprised he found time to rest amid all the work in school. Asuna expressed her disappointment that they might not see each other again, suggesting she could visit him the next day. Izuku insisted he would go to her instead, but Asuna noticed the dark circles under his eyes. She recalled the look he had when they were in SAO and urged him to rest. Izuku hesitated, contemplating whether to tell her about Gun Gale online but decided against it, thinking it was better not to involve anyone else. Asuna continued to watch him, concerned for his well-being. Izuku was feeling a bit off, needing to yawn as he spoke to Asuna. She suggested he take a rest, knowing he had homework to tackle. He nodded in agreement, mentioning the math problems he had to solve. Stretching, he decided it would be best to call her tomorrow. Asuna promised to visit him the next day, teasing him about his reluctance. He looked around his messy room, wishing for more time to clean up, and yawned again. Asuna urged him to sleep, and he agreed to see her the next day. When she asked if she could visit, he hesitated, causing her to chuckle softly before saying goodnight and hanging up. He rubbed his cheek, wondering about her playful farewell, before deciding to focus on his game tomorrow. With that, he closed his eyes and humorously fell to the floor. Meanwhile, a girl was walking to a small park where a boy was sitting on a swing. Shino greeted Kyuji, who quickly got up from the swing. Apologizing for the wait, she sat down on the swing next to him. Kyuji reassured her that he hadn't waited long, though he thought to himself that it had been half an hour. Shino asked if he would play today, but he shook his head, explaining he wouldn't participate in the upcoming qualifiers because he needed a better weapon for his character. Shino encouraged him, believing he could win, but Kyuji insisted he needed to study for his exams to become a doctor. He suggested they go out for dinner after school the next day, and she agreed, feeling guilty for making him wait. As they stood up, Kyuji offered to walk her home, but Shino declined, saying she could manage on her own. As she turned to leave, she spotted Izuku looking downcast, causing her to hurry away. Back at home, Izuku opened his eyes to the sound of knocking at his door. He wondered what time it was and saw it was early morning. When he opened the door, he found a man with a package. The man confirmed Izuku's identity and handed him a box before leaving. Izuku shrugged and closed the door, opening the box to reveal an AMU sphere. He wondered who sent it and saw it was from Kikuka, feeling grateful for the gesture. He placed the console beside his bed, realizing he needed to head to school first. In another location, Shino woke up, reluctant to go to school. She yawned and sat up, reminding herself she needed to stay focused for the qualifiers. Determined, she got up with a smile, telling herself she would win. Later, Izuku was riding his motorcycle, thinking about the monthly payments he had to make. He felt nervous but reassured himself that he could manage with the money he earned. He stopped in front of Asuna's house and rang the doorbell, waiting for her to come out. When she appeared, she noticed the motorcycle and jokingly asked if he had stolen it. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed but smiled, telling her he loved visiting her. Asuna teased him about the mess in his house, and he admitted it might be true. She thanked him for coming and asked if they could do something together. He suggested grabbing a bite to eat, and she eagerly agreed. Just then her mother arrived, asking who Izuku was. Asuna introduced him as her best friend, and he politely greeted her. Mother. Kyuko scrutinized their relationship but ultimately wished them fun, reminding Asuna to study before leaving. Izuku offered to help her study, but Asuna declined, wanting him to enjoy his break. They then headed out to eat. Meanwhile, Shino left a nearby alley with tears in her eyes, having been bothered by some girls. She walked to a small market, but after checking prices, she decided against buying vegetables, realizing the girls had taken her money. Fortunately, she had some saved up and managed to buy a small bag of groceries, feeling relieved that she could afford dinner. Later, Izuku arrived home with a neutral expression. He pondered the whereabouts of Kaken, realizing no one knew where he had moved. He sighed, thinking he would have to search for him in the game. Grabbing the AMU sphere, he resolved to finish his tasks quickly. Lying down, he put on the device and initiated the game, closing his eyes. He found himself in a dark, gray city, confused about his location. Turning to look in a mirror, Izuku noticed that he appeared exactly the same, except for a dark suit he was wearing. He didn't like the suit much, so he decided to walk around the area. As he wandered, he spotted a girl passing by. He ran towards her, catching her attention. She recognized him immediately, excited to see him even in the game. She hesitated slightly, noticing his beginner outfit. Izuku wanted to ask her about the game, revealing that he was a new player. The girl, Sinan, crossed her arms and decided to help him, offering to explain the basics. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and Sinan gestured for him to follow her, asking if he had any money. He nodded, confirming he had a small bonus. Of Sinan pointed out that it wouldn't be enough to buy anything substantial and suggested they find a way to earn some quick money. She indicated a nearby casino where players could potentially win over 3 million, though she warned him that it was unlikely, as she had never succeeded there. Determined, Izuku walked toward the casino, with Sinan quickly following. She questioned whether he was really going to try, and he assured her he had nothing to lose. Upon arriving, he saw a small game and asked Sinan how it worked. She explained that he needed to dodge bullets and reach the cowboy at the end. As Izuku entered the game, he began to run. Sinan shouted at him to stop and pay attention to the prediction lines, but she was left speechless as he effortlessly dodged the bullets and approached the cowboy. He realized he needed to touch the cowboy to win and managed to avoid the bullets, reaching his target. Coins began to fall around him, and he looked at his menu, surprised by the amount of money he had earned. He casually walked away, leaving Sinan in awe as she followed him. She asked how he had dodged the last shots, which had been so close. Izuku shrugged, unsure of what to say, while Sinan took his hand and reminded him she still had more to teach him. He expressed his eagerness to learn, and they headed to check out the weapons. After browsing, he decided to buy a lightweight laser sword, leaving Sinan a bit stunned. She explained its properties and asked if he wanted to buy anything else. Izuku spotted a small shotgun and inquired about it. Sinan described it as a one-handed flintlock shotgun, and he wondered if it would be light enough to handle. She admitted she wasn't experienced with shotguns, as she preferred using a sniper rifle, but the shotgun seemed decent. As he prepared to buy it, he realized he was short on funds. Sinan offered to help him out, placing her hand over his to complete the purchase. He thanked her and introduced himself as Deku, while Sinan revealed her name. He was surprised to learn she had faced Dynamite, a player he was interested in. Sinan described Dynamite as a tall boy with red eyes and pale blonde hair. Izuku's thoughts raced, wondering if this could be Kaken, who might have moved to the United States. He asked Sinan if she knew how to find him, and she mentioned a tournament where she planned to confront him. Curious, Izuku asked about the tournament, and Sinan explained that it was happening soon, with qualifiers the next day. He insisted on knowing where to register, and she led him to a reception area filled with players signing up. She advised him to fill out his information, but he hesitated, concerned about privacy. A warning message appeared, indicating he needed to provide personal details to claim any prizes. He reluctantly accepted, realizing that this information could be used against players like him. He pondered the potential dangers while Sinan caught him off guard, asking if he was finished. After confirming his registration, he noticed he was in Sector F. Sinan revealed she was also in Sector F, and they playfully bantered about competing against each other. They shared a laugh, and Izuku expressed that his main goal was to fight Dynamite, who wasn't registered in their sector. Sinan encouraged him to qualify for the tournament, confident that Dynamite would show up. With a determined smile, Izuku resolved to defeat him. Dead Gun lifted his gaze with determination, vowing to reach the finals, no matter what. Sinan echoed his sentiment, expressing her hope to face him in the final match as she extended her hand toward Izuku. He accepted the handshake, mentioning he had to leave since the tournament was the following night. He chuckled, relieved it wasn't scheduled for another time, and Sinan smiled faintly in response. She confirmed she would wait for him in the qualifiers before waving goodbye as Izuku opened the menu. Curious about Sinan's plans, Izuku inquired what she would do next. She crossed her arms and stated she would train, prompting a slight smile from him. He wished her luck, teasing that she would need a lot of time to beat him before disconnecting. Sinan, with a playful smile, called him an idiot, determined to defeat him in the tournament. In the game, Sinan was seen firing her sniper rifle, with a spiky-haired figure leaning against a wall nearby. Katsuki, known as Dynamite, acknowledged Izuku, and Sinan confirmed she knew him. Katsuki explained that Izuku had been his classmate years ago, but his father had moved them to the United States when their quirks disappeared. Sinan, aiming her rifle, asked if Katsuki would like to see Izuku again, to which he responded enthusiastically, eager to confront him. She referred to Izuku as a rival to overcome in the F classification, while Katsuki lamented his bad luck in being placed in Sector A, jokingly expressing his desire to defeat her as well. The next day, Izuku arrived at Kirito's house on his motorcycle, hoping Kirito's parents wouldn't be home. He recalled an awkward encounter where they mistook him for Suguha's boyfriend. After ringing the doorbell, he was greeted by Kurigaya Minataka, who asked why he was there so early. Izuku explained he came to see Suguha, who was preparing for a kendo competition but wouldn't be able to attend due to work. Minataka directed him to the backyard, where Suguha was likely to be found. As Izuku entered the backyard, he spotted Suguha assisting Kirito in walking. He greeted them, but Suguha startled and nearly dropped Kirito, prompting Izuku to catch him. Suguha, blushing, asked what he was doing there, and Izuku explained he came to see them. She seemed pleased but looked away shyly. Noticing her blush, Izuku asked if something was wrong, but Kirito assured him it was nothing. Suguha subtly urged Kirito to share something important, but he declined, leaving Izuku feeling a bit downcast. Izuku confirmed he had work soon, and as he sat beside Kirito, Suguha joined him, her cheeks still flushed. He questioned if nothing was truly happening, but Kirito reassured him that he would be walking again soon, albeit with crutches. Izuku expressed surprise at the delay since it had been a while since they left SAO. Kirito explained he had injured his legs recently, and Suguha humorously apologized for it. When Izuku mentioned he would have loved to join them, Suguha nervously reassured him it was no problem. He then suggested a friendly duel, grabbing a bamboo sword. Suguha, confident in her skills, playfully warned him that she had ranked 8th nationally. Kirito warned her not to underestimate Izuku, who modestly claimed to know a bit about kendo. As they prepared for the duel, Suguha questioned Izuku's level of expertise, and he downplayed it, insisting it wasn't important. With both of them in combat stances, Kirito announced the duel would be decided by the first touch with the sword. Suguha wondered if they should wear protective gear, but Izuku felt comfortable without it, showcasing his agility with the weapon. After some playful banter, they both donned protective gear, with Izuku feeling slightly pressured by Suguha's insistence. As they took their positions, Kirito urged them to begin, setting the stage for their friendly competition. Izuku and Suguha charged toward their opponents. Suguha clashed her sword against Izuku's but was taken aback when he pushed his weapon to the side, causing her to lose grip on hers. Izuku positioned his sword at Suguha's forehead, prompting her to raise her arms in surrender. She felt a rush of embarrassment as she looked into his serious green eyes, realizing he had bested her in an instant. He remarked that if she was at a national level, he couldn't imagine what the average competitors would be like before letting his weapon drop. Suguha, staring at the ground, absorbed his words. Izuku continued, noting that she had much to learn, admitting that this was actually his first kendo match, which made Suguha's expression comically shocked. She stammered in disbelief, and Izuku chuckled at her reaction. Kirito, who had been watching, expressed his eagerness to face Izuku once he recovered. Izuku turned to him, acknowledging that he hadn't had the chance to show his full strength. Suguha, curious, asked if she had missed something, but both boys quickly shook their heads. She then offered to get them something to drink, looking at Izuku, who accepted her offer. Kirito also requested a drink, and Suguha nodded before heading off. Once Suguha left, Izuku sat beside Kirito, who asked about Asuna. Izuku gazed up at the sky while he explained that he usually saw her every 2 days and that she was doing well. Kirito, sensing something, asked if Izuku liked Asuna. Izuku pondered the question, admitting that friends and even his mother had asked him the same thing, but he truly didn't know. Kirito then shared that Suguha had mentioned liking someone, and when Izuku inquired who it was, Kirito revealed it was a boy with green eyes. Izuku was confused, recalling that Suguha had previously shown interest in Kirito. Kirito clarified that the boy was an old player from SAO, which made Izuku scratch his cheek in realization. Kirito teased that he thought Izuku would deny it, but Izuku wondered if he was indeed the one Suguha liked. Kirito explained that Suguha had even said she would invite Izuku to do something together. He pointed to a small box, urging Izuku to open it. Inside, Izuku found a video game titled Alfheim Online. He was puzzled as to why she had bought it for him. Kirito mentioned that he had told her it wasn't necessary, but she likely wanted to gift it to him. Izuku noted that he already owned the game, but Kirito encouraged him to keep it. Suguha returned, apologizing for the delay as her mother had asked her to do laundry. She brought 2 glasses of drinks, and Izuku felt a flutter of nerves as he watched her approach. Kirito, taking a glass from Suguha, prompted her to give something to Izuku. Suguha blushed and asked Izuku if he wanted to play the game with her, her cheeks turning pink as she looked away. Izuku, feeling shy, agreed, taking the box with him. As Suguha watched him open the box effortlessly, she wondered if it had already been opened. Izuku thanked her, feeling grateful for the gift, while Suguha smiled mischievously at Kirito. Kirito, sensing the moment, decided it was time for him to leave, standing up and comically tripping over himself, which made both Izuku and Suguha laugh. Later that night, Izuku arrived home and placed the game box on his table, realizing he now had 2 copies of the same game. He looked into the mirror, but instead of seeing his reflection, he imagined Kirito's face, who encouraged him to think about his next steps. Izuku decided it was time to dive into GGO, glancing at the clock and noting that the qualification was about to begin. He lay down on his bed, put on the AMU sphere, and prepared to start his adventure. Meanwhile, Kirito sat in his living room with Suguha, who was playfully trying to hit him. She was flustered, upset that he had revealed her feelings. Kirito laughed, insisting he was just trying to help. Suguha, crossing her arms, realized that if she truly wanted to pursue Izuku, she would need to step up her game, especially since Kirito hinted that Asuna might also be interested in him. Determined, Suguha decided to talk to Izuku more often and quickly called him, putting the phone on speaker. She nervously greeted him, but he sensed something was off. After some encouragement from Kirito, Suguha finally asked if Izuku wanted to play Alfheim Online with her. He agreed, but mentioned he had something important to do first. Suguha felt a mix of excitement and disappointment but promised to call him the next day. As Kirito congratulated her on the call, Suguha felt a rush of determination. She declared that she would beat Asuna, smiling brightly as she dashed to her room, leaving Kirito to wonder what Sashi was up to. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Kirito, attempting to get up, stumbled comically. Suguha rushed to the door, opening it to find a man holding a package, inquiring if Kirigaya Kazuto lived there. Suguha turned to see Kirito lying on the floor. She approached him and helped him up, saying he was being looked for. As they made their way to the door, a DLVI person handed Kirito a package, asking for his signature. Kirito signed for it, and Suguha wondered what it could be. Kirito shrugged and suggested they check it out in his room, where he could have some privacy if it was important. Once inside, Kirito opened the box to find a game from Alfheim Online. He realized it was one of the 2 games he had and thought he might play it with Suguha, calling out for her excitedly. Later, Kirito opened his eyes in the game, marveling at his ability to walk. He looked around, calling for Suguha, but instead saw a blonde girl rushing toward him. Lifa scolded him for shouting her real name and playfully knocked him down. Kirito, confused, asked what he should call her. Lifa introduced herself and excitedly took his hand, eager to show him the game. After some time, Kirito and Lifa were enjoying drinks together. Lifa asked how he was finding the game, and Kirito admitted he wasn't a fan of the fairy theme but enjoyed the combat system and the ability to fly, even if it made him dizzy at first. Lifa explained that controlling the wings properly would prevent dizziness during fights. Kirito noticed a crowd gathered around a distance sign and asked Lifa about it. She explained it was a tournament organized by the developers, with teams of 8 competing for great prizes. Kirito decided to invite Izuku to join their team, but Lifa insisted she would invite him first. They both laughed, realizing they needed more members for their team. Lifa mentioned a friend who might be interested, even if he wasn't the best player. Lifa decided to disconnect to inform her friend and Izuku, while Kirito watched her fall into her chair, seemingly fainting. He chuckled, thinking he would have to protect Suguha's body while she was disconnected. Later, Kirito and Lifa were flying together when she asked if her friend had accepted the invitation. Kirito confirmed he had, but Izuku had yet to respond. Lifa hoped for a quick reply and mentioned that her friend wanted to meet them. As they flew, Kirito struggled with his flying skills, prompting Lifa to scold him playfully. Suddenly, they spotted a boy with green hair approaching. Lifa greeted him, and he rushed to hug her, but she dodged. Kirito, unsure about this new teammate, asked Lifa if he was trustworthy. She assured him that both she and Kirito were friends in real life and that neither would betray the other. The boy introduced himself as Nagata and apologized for his earlier behavior. Kirito introduced himself as well, and they discussed forming their team. Lifa mentioned they still needed 5 more members, and Kirito suggested that Izuku might know others who would want to join, like Asuna. Lifa immediately objected to that idea, leading to some light-hearted banter between them. Meanwhile, a purple-haired girl was walking with 6 others, contemplating how to form their own team. One of her friends suggested they find someone to challenge, and the girl smiled, ready to take on strong opponents to fill their team. The girl in purple smiled again. One of her friends exclaimed that if anyone could defeat her, they would earn her special ability of 11 strikes, causing her friends to widen their eyes in surprise. Another friend asked if she was joking, but the girl in purple shook her head. She clarified that even if she lost, she would still allow someone to join the team, just to be safe. Everyone nodded, though they were uncertain about her ability. Excitedly, she declared that she would start handing out flyers the next day, but then decided to do it that very day so they could begin fighting right away. In the game, Izuku found himself in a waiting lobby with all the participants for the tournament. He took a seat but noticed Sanan approaching him. He greeted her with a slight glance. Sanan crossed her arms and remarked that he seemed overly confident, pointing out that they were not friends. Izuku shrugged slightly, expressing that he had hoped they could be friends. He smiled at her and asked what she wanted to tell him, assuming she didn't come just to see him if they weren't friends. Sanan replied that she was there to remind him that she would win, not expecting him to even make it past the quarterfinals. Her smug smile faded when she noticed Izuku's calm demeanor. He turned slightly and warned her not to get too confident, waving goodbye as he headed back to his seat. Sinon watched him leave, wishing for a more explosive response like Bakugo would give. As Izuku sat down, he noticed a countdown timer appear behind him. He sighed, realizing he hadn't had a chance to rest. He hoped they would soon be sent to their battles so he could finish quickly and watch Sinon's fight. He searched for her in the crowd and caught her frowning at him, wondering when she had started watching him. Suddenly, everyone vanished as the timer hit 0. Izuku found himself in an unfamiliar battlefield, having never played this game before. He noticed red lines appear in front of him and decided to move. As he did, several shots whizzed past him. He barely dodged them and, drawing his shotgun in one hand and his sword in the other, he prepared for action. Emerging from his hiding spot, he startled the other player, who was a sniper. The player, bewildered by Izuku's boldness, whispered to himself, questioning what was wrong with Izuku's head. Ignoring his own doubts, the sniper aimed for Izuku's head. To the sniper's shock, Izuku deflected the bullet with his sword and turned to face him. Izuku thought he had found the sniper and charged at him with great speed, causing the sniper to panic and flee to another hiding spot. Once hidden, the sniper felt relieved until he suddenly sensed the cold barrel of a shotgun pressed against the back of his head. Izuku informed him that he had something important to do that night, and a shot rang out. Izuku reappeared in the waiting lobby after winning the match. He noticed it was empty except for the defeated player, as the lobby displayed those who had lost. He wondered if he was the only one who had won. As he scanned the area for Sinon, he heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see a hooded figure with a mask covering their face. The figure called him by his nickname, Deku, and Izuku remained silent, studying the stranger. He quickly recognized that this person had won their match swiftly, as another defeated player was also present. The figure expressed that they didn't need Izuku's congratulations but wanted to confirm if he was the real Deku, noting that his avatar resembled him closely. Izuku frowned, asking if they knew each other. The mysterious figure scoffed, stating that it seemed he was indeed the hero of SAO. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed a logo on the figure's arm. He clenched his fists in frustration, realizing who this person was. The figure taunted him, saying they would look forward to their duel before walking away. Izuku watched the figure leave, his fists tightening as he recalled the logo. He felt a sense of dread, realizing that he had thought he had eliminated all of them. He took a moment to collect his thoughts when he noticed more players appearing. Remembering that Sinon was still fighting, he turned his attention to the ongoing matches and saw Sinon taking aim at another player. He watched as Sinon's shot struck true, leaving him with a somber feeling as he witnessed the end of the match. Soon, Sinon appeared alongside the defeated player, who joined the other losers. She approached Izuku, commenting on how quickly he had finished. He nodded slightly, complimenting her shooting while still pondering the mysterious figure. Sinon crossed her arms and huffed, drawing Izuku's attention. He asked if something was wrong, but she looked away, denying it. She thought to herself that he was probably still upset about her earlier comment about their friendship. Izuku realized that she wasn't his friend, so he couldn't expect her to share her feelings. He noticed a menu card on the table that Sinon picked up. She suggested that the loser should treat the winner to something. Izuku looked at the menu, confused about why it was there. He raised an eyebrow and asked why there was a food menu. Sinon pretended to clear her throat, explaining that they could order something since they were in a game and didn't really know each other in real life. Izuku scratched his cheek, acknowledging her point but still feeling out of place. Izuku shook his head, dismissing the thought. He needed to reach the finals of this tournament to qualify for the final phase. Sinon nodded in agreement, expressing her hope that he would make it to the finals, as that would be the only way for her to face him. She turned to leave, mentioning that she was going to see a friend who was likely in the lobby. Izuku felt a bit confused about why Sinon had come to see him and why she had made that bet. He tried to push those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the mysterious figure that occupied his mind. Meanwhile, Sinon paused as she approached a table where a silver-haired boy was eating. She called out to him, catching his attention. Katsuki turned to look at her, his mouth stained with food, which made her feel a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and asked what she wanted. She inquired about what he was going to say, trying to get a sense of his thoughts. Katsuki, with a nervous smile, remarked on how nice the day was, but Sinan only saw his usual scowl. As they continued their conversation, Sinan noted that she hadn't heard him say anything rude lately. Katsuki shrugged it off, asking her why she was there. She smiled and mentioned that she had passed her first round, prompting Katsuki to congratulate her, albeit with a hint of annoyance. She also mentioned running into Deku, which made Katsuki stop eating and turn to her, curious about whether she planned to see him again. Katsuki shook his head, stating that he would wait for him instead, a sly smile on his face. Sinan teased him about his eagerness, which only resulted in him looking slightly flustered. As the tournament progressed, rounds passed until the final match arrived. Izuku, having finished his duel, was watching Sinan's semi-final battle. He observed her skill as she expertly took down her opponent with a well-aimed shot. When Sinan appeared in the lobby, she quickly averted her gaze from Izuku, who noticed her reaction but chose to ignore it, waiting for the battle to begin. The two competitors stood on a bridge, separated by a wreckage of destroyed vehicles. Izuku prepared himself, drawing his sword and shotgun, determined to finish the fight quickly. He dashed forward, searching for Sinan. She took cover in a wrecked truck, aiming her pistol from the window as she spotted him. She thought to herself that she had never seen his battles, only knowing he wielded a sword and a shotgun, and doubted he could reach her from a distance. As she waited, she was taken aback when Izuku confidently walked down the middle of the bridge. Frustrated, she aimed at him, but her aim wavered. Despite the uncertainty, she pulled the trigger, missing him by a hair. Izuku remained unfazed, noting how close the bullet had come. Sinan gritted her teeth, feeling the pressure of the situation, and decided to make her move. However, she was startled when Izuku shot at her truck, causing the glass to shatter. She fell to the ground, wincing in pain as she clutched her arm. Izuku approached, acknowledging how close that had been. He watched as Sinan emerged from the wreckage, her sniper rifle in hand, though it seemed she could only manage one shot at a time. He asked her what was wrong, noticing her frustration. With a hint of a smile, he suggested that she shouldn't be angry and playfully asked if she would invite him to dinner. Sinan, caught off guard, let out a nervous laugh, feeling a mix of disappointment and amusement at her own performance. In a surprising turn, they both appeared before each other, and Izuku declared his victory with a sweet smile. Sinan, crossing her arms and approaching him, acknowledged her defeat and proposed. They go out for dinner. Izuku hesitated, questioning if she meant in real life. Sinan blushed, realizing the implication, and stammered as she processed the idea. Izuku suggested that a meal would be better outside of the game, causing her to become even more flustered. They exchanged numbers, with Sinan instructing him to message her. As she turned to leave, Izuku felt a surge of excitement but was soon surrounded by other participants eager to ask him questions. Sinan walked away with a faint smile, reminding him that the real tournament would begin in 3 days. Elsewhere, Shino stood outside the game, looking at herself in the mirror and questioning her decision to make a bet. She hoped he wouldn't be a strange guy, sighing heavily as she reflected on her nervousness. She noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed, which puzzled her. Meanwhile, Izuku was outside the game, contemplating whether to message Sinan. Just then he received a message from Kazuto, prompting him to open the chat and respond affirmatively to a meeting the next day. Kazuto asked if he could join the game of Alfheim online, and Izuku agreed, feeling a mix of anticipation and uncertainty about what lay ahead. Izuku wondered why he couldn't play. Kirito replied that it was really the only thing he could do. Izuku then asked what time they would play, and Kirito said he was free whenever the next day. Izuku suggested the evening, around 8 or 9, and Kirito agreed, asking him to send a message at that time. After reading Kirito's message, Izuku remembered he needed to message Sinan. When he sent the message, he quickly received a response from Sinan. She asked when he would have time, assuring him not to worry about interrupting any commitments for a bet. Izuku explained he was only available in the morning or afternoon, as he had plans for the evening. Sinon confirmed they could meet early the next day. Curious about their plans, Izuku asked what they would do, to which Sinon playfully responded that she would invite him but never revealed where. Izuku hoped it would be something edible. Meanwhile, Shino smiled at the message, but as she looked at her reflection in her phone, she noticed her flushed cheeks and sweet smile. She questioned why she was feeling this way and decided to tell him the time tomorrow. Izuku arrived at Asuna's house on his motorcycle, and she ran out to greet him with a smile, thanking him for helping her with her studies. He felt a slight blush at her enthusiasm. Asuna expressed that they had lost a lot of time due to the events they had faced, but Izuku felt he had to try to change their fate. He smiled, thinking of someone who truly wanted to escape. Asuna seemed curious about who he was referring to, but Izuku suggested they study, as he had something to do afterward and didn't want to be late. Asuna agreed, smiling sweetly as she took his hand, mentioning that her mother would be leaving for work soon. As they walked, they paused when Asuna's mother came out of the house, wearing headphones and chatting with someone, leaving Izuku feeling a bit down while Asuna found humor in the situation. Shino, on the other hand, was nervously looking at clothes, deciding on an outfit but playfully kicking the bed leg, only to hurt her foot. In another scene, Kirito was flying in Alfheim online with Leafa, who was excited about watching a warrior fight. Kirito agreed, noting he would be fighting too. Leafa just wanted to see the battle. Suddenly, they noticed a defeated player, and a person in armor called out for the next challenger. Kirito eagerly volunteered, ready for the fight. Later, Izuku left Asuna's house, and she thanked him again as he prepared to ride away. She hesitated before asking if they could go somewhere together, just the two of them. Izuku agreed, recalling that she hadn't seemed enthusiastic when he invited her to meet other players before. Asuna insisted it wasn't that, but she would tell him on their date. Both felt a rush of embarrassment as she ran back into her house. Meanwhile, Shino waited under a tree, checking her reflection in a small mirror and feeling frustrated about Izuku being late. When she finally saw him approaching, she was taken aback by how much he resembled his character in the game. Izuku introduced himself as Deku, confirming she was Sinon. Shino nodded, feeling flustered. He asked if she was okay, but she only managed to squeak in response. Izuku introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku and bowed slightly. Shino fumbled with her fingers, then suddenly declared her name, Asada Shino, crossing her arms and looking away. Izuku noted that it wasn't necessary to shout and pointed out his motorcycle, suggesting they could go somewhere. Shino suggested they go eat, and Izuku agreed as they walked toward his bike. Meanwhile, Kirito was still in the game, talking with Leafa about his recent defeat. He admitted he needed to practice flying, and Leafa offered to teach him later. Kirito planned to ask Izuku to challenge the warrior he had faced, prompting Leafa to ask about Izuku. But he must be very busy, I don't think he has time. Kirito shook his head, prompting her to look at him. Izuku is coming over to play today. I really wanted it to be a surprise for you. Leafa started to blush, feeling flustered as Kirito continued. I wanted to leave you two alone and fly away. Leafa's face turned even redder, and she exclaimed for him to stop, covering Kirito's face, which made him complain. Kirito teased that they liked each other, and Leafa playfully hit him, knocking him out. Later, we see Izuku still with Shino, who was still eating alongside him. Shino mentioned that there were 2 days left until the tournament. Izuku nodded in response, and she asked why he entered the tournament. Izuku remained silent, and she speculated if he wanted to test his skills against the best. He nodded slightly. Izuku admitted that he did want to try. Shino expressed that she hoped to win some money and also wanted to face him and her friend. Izuku looked at her curiously, asking if her friend was entering the tournament. Shino confirmed, saying she was sure he would give Izuku a tough fight if they met. Izuku shrugged, asking what her friend was like. Shino hesitated, recalling that Katsuki knew Izuku. She finally said he would be recognizable because he had ash-colored hair. Izuku continued eating, seeming indifferent. Shino suggested they should leave as some girls passed by them. Izuku turned to see what she was looking at and agreed if she was in a hurry. With Asuna, see her blushing as she gently stroked Yui's head, who was inside the game. Yui called out for her mother, asking when her father would come. Asuna laid Yui on her lap, smiling as she thought about her husband. Yui noted that he hadn't logged in for a while and asked if he was okay. Asuna assured her that he would come to see her today and that she planned to tell him something very important the next time they met. Yui asked what it was, turning to look at her mother. Asuna replied that it was a secret but that if he agreed, it would make Yui very happy too. Yui wondered if her parents were nothing in the real world, and Asuna looked away, realizing the implication. She sighed, admitting that he wasn't her boyfriend or husband, which was what she wanted to tell him. Yui exclaimed in excitement, hugging Asuna, who wished she could hug her back, but Yui was too small for that. Asuna laughed, promising that she would tell him the next time they met. We see Izuku standing in front of Shino's house. Shino nervously explained that she would invite him in, but her place was a mess. Izuku waved it off, saying it was fine, and they said their goodbyes. Just as Shino was about to enter, Izuku called out to her, reminding her that if she had anything to say, he was there for her. Shino looked down, realizing that he had noticed her wanting to leave because of the girls passing by. She thanked him and watched as he walked away without saying goodbye, feeling like she had ruined the day. Back with Asuna, we see her walking through her house in the game, with Yui sitting on her shoulder. Asuna wondered what they should do today. Yui suggested checking who was online. Asuna raised an eyebrow, noting that she only had Izuku on her friends list. When Yui smiled mischievously, Asuna understood and excitedly agreed to go find him. We see Izuku looking at his friends online in the game, noticing Kirito and Asuna. He pondered whether he should invite Shino to play someday, resting his chin on his hand, but then shook his head, thinking he wasn't her friend. People passing by looked at him strangely as he whispered quickly, and feeling embarrassed, he started to walk away, trying to hide his flushed face. As he walked, he noticed a shadow above him and looked up to see Kirito crossing his arms, holding a small controller. Kirito greeted him, urging him to say hello without being shy. As Kirito descended, Izuku also saw Lifa approaching. He asked who she was, but before Kirito could answer, Lifa introduced herself as Kirito's friend with a sweet smile. Izuku guessed she was Sugaha, and Lifa looked at Kirito, who shrugged. She asked how he knew, and Izuku admitted he didn't really know but remembered Kirito saying she wanted to play with him, which was why she gifted him the game. Lifa playfully hit Kirito, who asked why she did that. Kirito, rubbing his arm, proposed a challenge to Izuku, who looked intrigued. It would be a battle against someone very strong. Lifa added that it was a powerful knight who had defeated Kirito even when he used 2 swords. Kirito scoffed at that. Izuku asked if he really used 2 swords, and Kirito confirmed, explaining that before Kayaba took away his ability in SAO, he had gotten used to fighting with 2 swords and decided to continue that here. He asked if Izuku was up for the challenge, and Izuku nodded eagerly. Just then, they heard a distant shout that Izuku recognized. Yui flew toward him, landing on his shoulder and hugging him tightly. Lifa stared blankly, and Kirito comically trembled, assuring Lifa that Yui wasn't really his daughter. Lifa already knew that but wondered why he called her that. Izuku gently stroked Yui's head and asked what she was doing there. He noticed a shadow and looked up to see Asuna coming toward him at full speed. Asuna almost fell on him, but he moved aside just in time, causing her to fall comically to the ground. She complained about not being caught, pretending to cry. Izuku explained that he didn't want her to crush Yui and teased her for letting herself fall. Yui giggled while Asuna pouted. Kirito looked away, realizing Asuna had just noticed him. Asuna stood up, commenting that it seemed like Izuku was busy today. He nodded, unsure of what to say, and she crossed her arms. Lifa asked who she was. Izuku pointed to Yui and introduced her as his little fairy. Asuna began to radiate a fiery aura and he introduced her as well. She smiled quickly at Lifa, who was curious about the name. Kirito cleared his throat, suggesting that it might just be in Lifa's mind, as Asuna was his cousin. Asuna glanced at Kirito, who was sweating nervously, and greeted him with a sweet smile that startled him. Kirito admitted that they hadn't seen each other since the party, and he regretted not being able to talk to her that day. Izuku, feeling the awkwardness, apologized to Asuna, explaining that he had to join the battle with Kirito and Leafa. Asuna nodded, understanding, and decided to take Yui home. Izuku watched as Asuna took Yui, who pouted at being handed over, and asked if she could go with her mother. Asuna blushed slightly and told Yui they shouldn't disturb her friends, promising to prepare something to eat at home. Yui's pout deepened as they departed. Izuku observed Asuna and Yui flying away, while in the background, Leafa fainted, her face pale. Kirito rushed to help Leafa get back on her feet alongside Izuku. Later, Izuku arrived at the location where a knight was resting. He descended with Kirito and Leafa, who expressed excitement about watching the battle from their vantage point. As Izuku approached the knight stood up and asked if Izuku had come for his skill. Izuku clarified that he was there to fight, glancing back at Kirito and Leafa, who gave him thumbs up. The knight was surprised and noted that Izuku was the first person to ask about fighting rather than just trying to win. Izuku, unsure of his own skills in the game, expressed his willingness to face the knight, intrigued by the mention of a tournament coming up in a few days. The knight explained that they needed one more member for their team, and Izuku realized that if he won, he would be invited to join. Izuku smiled, understanding the situation, and readied himself for battle. The knight, surprised by Izuku's eagerness, prepared for the duel. As the countdown began, both combatants clashed their swords, with Izuku attempting a kick that forced the knight to retreat. The knight marveled at Izuku's speed as he positioned himself for another. Izuku landed a punch, causing the knight to fall and roll on the ground. Izuku comically lamented his missed opportunity to use his sword. Kirito and Leafa watched, bemused by Izuku's antics, though they couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Noticing that the knight hadn't gotten up, Izuku saw that he wasn't wearing his helmet. The knight, slightly dazed, introduced herself as Yuki Kano, realizing her mistake in not wearing her helmet during the duel. Izuku introduced himself as well, questioning why they were using their names. Yuki suggested that they would be friends and teammates for the tournament, which excited her. Izuku agreed to help her, noticing how important winning the tournament seemed to Yuki. She asked if he could come with her immediately to meet her friends, and Izuku nodded, wanting to say goodbye to Kirito and Leafa first. They approached him, praising his performance, but Izuku explained he had to leave with Yuki. Kirito, sensing something, advised Izuku to be honest with Suguha if he wasn't interested in her, not wanting her to be disappointed. Izuku contemplated this as Yuki approached him, asking if he was finished. He assured her he was, and they prepared to leave together. Yuki took his hand, leading him as she smiled brightly, lifting him off the ground. Izuku, caught off guard, jokingly called for help as Yuki laughed, carrying him away like a doll. As they walked hand in hand, Izuku wondered when she would let go. Izuku felt a drop of sweat on his brow, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Yuki informed him that they were almost at a nearby tavern, though she found it odd that it was called a tavern since they didn't serve any alcohol. She turned to Izuku, who was following closely behind her. Upon entering the tavern, they approached a table filled with several people, and greeted Yuki with a bright smile, and Yuki asked what everyone was doing. Izuku observed the lively group around the table. Jun pointed at Izuku, curious about who he was. Yuki proudly introduced him as the person they had been looking for. Izuku, feeling a bit shy, downplayed his importance, introducing himself as Deku. Taihan, nervously, introduced himself, and Izuku gave a slight wave in response. Nori inquired if Izuku would be on their team, to which Yuki enthusiastically confirmed. She expressed her excitement for the tournament the next day, prompting Izuku to ask about the time since he had another game scheduled for the evening. Yuki crossed her arms, reminding him that he had already committed to their team. Izuku playfully questioned Yuki's authority, but she laughed it off, assuring him that the tournament would be held early the next day. When Izuku mentioned he would be working at that hour, Yuki's expression turned serious, but she quickly relaxed when he revealed he was joking. She had briefly worried about needing to find someone else to fill his spot. Izuku reassured her that he would indeed participate and asked for details about the tournament format. Yuki explained that it would be team battles in a bracket of 16 teams. She added that the winning team would have to face off against each other until only one remained. Izuku nodded in understanding and asked where they would meet the next day. Yuki pointed to the ground, indicating they would gather at the same spot. After Izuku logged off, he lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a bit overwhelmed and tired before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Izuku reappeared in the same bar, spotting Yuki already seated. He asked her how long she had been online, to which she replied that she had just connected after her sister called her. Izuku took a seat beside her and inquired if the others had logged in yet. Yuki confirmed that Jun was exploring a dungeon, though he had just died and returned. Izuku chuckled, recalling how in SAO, such a situation would have meant no second chances. Yuki noted that he had been playing a lot lately, and when she asked if he was a frequent player, he admitted he hadn't played much until recently. Yuki explained that as a student who didn't often hang out with friends, she spent her time gaming. Their conversation was interrupted when An arrived, apologizing for being late. Yuki mentioned that she was the third to arrive and expressed surprise that Taihen was also late, but not Nori. And asked about Jun, and Yuki explained that he had invited her to join him in a dungeon but had run off after appearing next to her. An laughed, questioning why Jun was attempting a dungeon solo in an MMO. Yuki explained that since he learned Deku was stronger, he wanted to improve himself. Izuku felt a bit awkward about the attention, but Yuki reassured him that the final battle would be between them, teasingly. Izuku confidently stated that she knew who would win, and Yuki playfully challenged him, insisting it wouldn't be easy. They shared a light-hearted moment, with An quietly observing their banter, feeling slightly out of place. As they waited for Nori, they chatted and laughed, watching Jun appear and disappear multiple times, which added to the amusement. When Nori finally arrived, they decided to team up for a dungeon run to train before the tournament. After some time, they took a break and Izuku remarked on how long it was taking for Yuki's friends to recover. Yuki expressed her confusion about how he could be so strong without playing much. Izuku shrugged, attributing it to his skills in video games. Yuki playfully questioned if he had any secret abilities, leaning closer to him, causing him to back away slightly. He assured her that he was just a player with a light sword, showing her his simple green sword with black lines. Yuki asked what it was made of, but Izuku admitted he didn't know, leaving her skeptical about his gaming skills. She teased him, suggesting he might not be as good as he claimed, and he laughed at her playful challenge. Yuki then drew her sword, and the others watched with a mix of amusement and concern. Taihen asked if they ever got tired, while Nori shrugged, stating she wasn't tired but that Taihen and An were the ones who had requested the break. Before long, Yuki sheathed her sword, a small cut on her cheek, and remarked that perhaps he was just good at fighting. Izuku chuckled, insisting that he was simply better at gaming than she was. Yuki retorted that he didn't even know what his sword was made of, and as they made their way back to their friends, they prepared to head to the tournament venue. Meanwhile, Kirito was seen with several companions, including Lifa, Klein, Asuna, Agile, and Silica, who wondered aloud how she had ended up in this situation. Klein observed the scene with a hint of amusement as he noted how the girl never let go of her little dragon, even while leaving SAO. Silica playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Kirito, sensing the tension, urged everyone to calm down, glancing at Lifa, who stood beside Asuna. Lifa expressed her determination to defeat Izuku, and Asuna nodded in agreement, leaving the others slightly bewildered. Kirito thanked Agile for coming, to which Agile responded that he had been eager to fight. In the background, Klein was amusingly poking the dragon's nose, causing it to frown, while Silica scolded him. Their conversation continued until Kirito spotted Yuki running by, dragging Izuku along, with several other boys trailing behind them. Kirito was puzzled by the girls' annoyed expressions and questioned what was bothering them. Later, Kirito stood before the tournament board, noting that they had advanced to the semi-finals. Asuna expressed her expectation of facing Izuku in the finals, and Kirito shrugged, suggesting they might lose sooner than anticipated. Lifa, surprised by his lack of faith, playfully hit him, while Klein chimed in, suggesting that if Lifa had known Deku better, she might think differently. Lifa acknowledged Izuku's skill with a sword but doubted his prowess. Asuna asked if Lifa had ever fought him, to which Lifa recalled a quick encounter that had left her disarmed. Agile admitted he had never fought Izuku, humorously lamenting that if he couldn't beat Kirito, he had no chance against him. Their banter continued until they were finally allowed into the Colosseum. Upon entering, they spotted Yuki's entire team, led by her and Izuku. Kirito asked Asuna what the plan was, and she confidently stated that she would take on Izuku while he dealt with the one with the long hair. Kirito agreed and positioned himself beside her. Asuna instructed Agile to defend them as they approached, and he prepared with his shield and spear, while Klein expressed his doubts about their chances. Asuna silenced Klein, assigning him to act as a shield for Agile, while Leafa and Silica were to provide magical support from the back. They all nodded in agreement, with Leafa ready to heal anyone who got hurt. On the other side, Yuki observed the opposing team forming up. She questioned whether they should have attacked as soon as they entered, but Izuku suggested they let their opponents show off. Yuki turned to In, asking about her stamina and magic points, to which In replied that she was fine, having conserved energy in the previous fight. Yuki instructed her and Taihen to keep watch from the back, despite Taihen's lack of confidence in using magic. Izuku noted that the other teams seemed to be waiting for them to make the first move. Hearing this, Yuki dashed towards them, with Izuku following closely. Upon reaching the opposing team, the green-haired boy directed his attention to Agile, who raised his shield to defend against an incoming attack. However, Yuki swiftly struck, leaving a mark on Agile's face as she positioned herself beside Izuku. Klein attempted to leap forward and attack Izuku but was skillfully dodged, receiving a kick to the face instead. As Izuku defended against Asuna's attack, he found himself dodging fireballs and wind blasts from afar. He exclaimed in frustration, wondering if it was a battle or a free-for-all. Asuna, impressed by Izuku's speed, prepared for a fight, while Izuku noticed Leafa also approaching with a weapon. He realized he was about to face two opponents with blades. Asuna questioned Leafa's actions, and Leafa declared that Izuku owed her a rematch. Izuku turned to her, surprised, and before he could react, Asuna saved Leafa from an incoming strike. Leafa quickly distanced herself to heal Asuna, but as she focused on her magic, Izuku had to dodge a fireball from Silica's dragon. He noted that the dragon seemed to be acting on its own, and as he readied himself, Leafa finished healing Asuna, who then charged after Izuku. Meanwhile, Kirito found himself in a comical predicament, receiving numerous playful hits from Yuki, who was using her skills to keep him on his toes. He called out for Leafa, desperately needing healing as he tried to avoid further cuts. Yuki teased him about his complaints, landing a kick that sent him to his knees. Kirito rolled to evade another strike, calling for Leafa once more, hoping for her assistance. Kirito drew his other sword to continue fighting Yuki, who still had the advantage. He glanced sideways to see what Leafa was doing, noting that she was trying to heal Asuna again, as the brown-haired girl lay on the ground, severely injured. Kirito felt relieved that he wasn't the one facing Izuku, wiping the sweat from his brow as Yuki finally managed to land a cut on his chest. Klein, looking nervous, caught Kirito's attention. Kirito asked when Klein had lost, to which Klein sheepishly admitted it was almost from the beginning. Kirito teased him, pointing out that they still couldn't land a hit on Deku, who was dodging everything and counterattacking Asuna, who fell to the ground but was being healed by Leafa. Kirito expressed concern that they were about to lose, and Klein asked why he thought that. Kirito explained that once Leafa ran out of magic points, Asuna would be in danger, and Izuku would only need to defeat Leafa. Klein pointed out that Leafa still needed to evade the dragon, and Kirito noted that Silica was being chased by In and Yuki, who seemed to have plenty of energy left. Kirito remarked that Silica was surprisingly athletic, while Klein lamented Agile's situation, who was struggling against Nori and taking hits from Jun. Kirito observed that in this style of battle, once one player fell, the opposing team gained a significant advantage. Asuna fell again, and Kirito watched as Izuku charged toward Leafa, who drew her dagger in defense. Kirito noted that Leafa seemed to be running low on magic. Klein commented on Silica's impressive speed, even as In began to tire. Kirito pointed out that Agile had fallen, and they both turned to see him reappear, with Agile joking about Klein's quick defeat. Klein nervously apologized, and Kirito noted that Leafa was about to fall as well. As they watched, Izuku resumed fighting against the injured Asuna. Agile remarked that the girls had lasted longer than they had, and the others nodded, tears in their eyes. Kirito then asked if anyone was hungry, pulling out sandwiches from his inventory, and the others took one. They continued to watch the battle until Asuna appeared beside them, questioning why they were smiling. Klein reminded her that he had said they would lose, and Kirito agreed. Leafa joined Asuna, who was surprised to see her. They all turned to the battlefield, observing Silica still fleeing from her pursuers, while Izuku watched the chase after having defeated the dragon. Leafa remarked that Silica had finally fallen, and Kirito sighed, acknowledging their defeat. Asuna defended their performance, but Kirito pointed out that it was only because Leafa had been healing her, while the opposing team hadn't used any magic to heal themselves. Asuna crossed her arms, telling Kirito to be quiet, and Klein noted that Silica had been defeated, disappearing from the field. Agile lamented that Silica had only been running but had lasted longer than they did. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the tavern with Yuki's group, celebrating their victory. He watched Yuki talk with her friends, feeling somewhat isolated. Opening the menu, he logged out of the game and removed his headset, glancing at the clock and realizing he had about half an hour until the next tournament. He hurried to the kitchen to make something to eat. In another part of the game, Sinan was looking at her reflection in a knife, reflecting on her struggles with close combat. Katsuki approached her, teasing that it seemed like Deku had left her to talk to herself. Sinan raised an eyebrow at his excitement, questioning his recent behavior. Katsuki expressed his eagerness to see Deku in the final tournament, confident that he would win as he always did. Sinan found it unusual to see him so animated, and as they talked, Katsuki asked how she perceived him. Sinan noted that he had been serious and attentive around her, though he occasionally let slip some harsh words. Katsuki dismissed her comments, revealing that he had been forced into therapy by his father, which sometimes made him forget to speak casually. Sinan reassured him that he didn't need to be formal with her, but Katsuki was surprised she knew his last name. She reminded him that he had told her, and he was taken aback, dismissing it as unimportant. He sat beside her, asking if she planned to see Deku before the tournament. Sinan insisted she didn't care about him, but Katsuki muttered that many said the same thing, hinting at his own past. As their banter continued, Sinan kicked Katsuki in frustration, leading to a playful chase around the room. Just then, Izuku arrived, noticing the commotion and recognizing Katsuki's voice. He smiled slightly but decided to focus on the upcoming tournament instead. As Izuku walked toward the shooting practice, he noticed Katsuki playfully hitting Sinan, who was on the ground. Later, Izuku found himself confused, as the drink he had been enjoying had vanished, and he now stood in the middle of a desert. He looked around, wondering if the game had already started, lamenting that he hadn't finished his drink. With both hands occupied, one holding his sword and the other his shotgun, he decided to investigate the strange location. He recalled that he could see the position of a player every 15 minutes, but his focus shifted when he heard a gunshot in the distance. Sighing, Izuku made his way toward the sound of the shot. Meanwhile, Katsuki was firing into the sky, calling out for anyone to challenge him. He had already taken down 2 players and was curious about Sinan and Deku's whereabouts. Suddenly he spotted a masked man hiding behind a tree. Katsuki taunted the masked figure, questioning why he was just standing there. As he approached, the masked man drew a sword and a pistol. Katsuki smirked at the sight of the sword, dismissing the masked man as he pulled out a large machine gun. The masked man's eyes widened in surprise as Katsuki began firing, forcing him to flee and dodge the bullets. The masked man wondered how Katsuki had acquired such a weapon and realized he couldn't afford to lose without confronting Sinan. He continued to run, narrowly avoiding the bullets. However, he was eventually hit, and just as another bullet was about to strike, Katsuki ran out of ammunition. Katsuki challenged the masked man to face him directly, pulling out a knife. The masked man, seeing this, prepared for close combat. As they clashed, Katsuki managed to block the masked man's sword with his knife, grinning confidently. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the masked man stumbling backward. As the masked man regained his footing, he was taken aback by Katsuki's relentless advance. Katsuki shouted with enthusiasm, but the masked man barely evaded his attack and began to run away, firing backward in desperation. Katsuki effortlessly dodged the bullets, even deflecting some with his knife. The masked man realized that Katsuki must be an experienced player. Determined not to lose, the masked man pressed on until he was shot in the foot, causing him to fall. Turning back, he saw Katsuki grinning arrogantly. In a last-ditch effort, the masked man pulled out a grenade and threw it at Katsuki, who simply smiled and caught it. With a cheeky grin, he tossed it back, resulting in a large explosion. Katsuki, realizing he hadn't secured a kill, clicked his tongue in frustration as the masked man escaped. He checked his menu, eager to see when the next player locations would be revealed. Meanwhile, Sinan was perched on a small mountain, aiming at a man who was engaged in a fight with another player. She observed as one player eliminated the other and took her shot, but to her surprise, the man didn't go down. Panicking, she grabbed her sniper rifle and began to flee, dodging bullets as Katsuki watched with a smirk, deciding to continue climbing the mountain unnoticed. Izuku, still wandering the desert, heard the distant gunfire again and resolved to investigate. Katsuki, now observing a blonde player shooting from a mountain, sighed in irritation at the sight of someone camping. Sinan, still focused on her target, fired at the same blonde player. Although she hit him, he didn't fall, and she quickly realized her danger. Grabbing her sniper rifle, she dashed away, evading bullets while Katsuki continued his ascent up the mountain. Izuku finally reached the top, where he spotted the blonde player shooting recklessly. Silently, he approached, positioning his shotgun at the back of the blonde's neck. Without hesitation, he fired, watching as the blonde vanished. Just then, Katsuki reached the top as well, sporting a wide grin. Izuku glanced at him, a faint smile on his face as he drew his sword. Katsuki remarked on Izuku's choice of weapon, and Izuku pointed his sword toward him. They exchanged knowing looks, both eager for a showdown. Katsuki, with his knife in one hand and a pistol in the other, prepared for the fight, while Izuku readied his shotgun in the opposite hand. Katsuki, excited, began firing, and Izuku skillfully deflected the bullets with his sword while returning fire with his shotgun. The two engaged in a fierce battle, dodging and attacking with determination. In the background, Sinan observed the clash, her sniper rifle ready. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a masked figure who approached her, catching her off guard. As she reached for her knife, the masked man kicked it away and pinned her arms down. He taunted her, claiming she looked pitiful and defenseless. However, as he prepared to aim at her, he noticed the player locations had been revealed and quickly released her. With a smirk, he questioned what she could do with a sniper rifle at close range. Sinan was preparing to aim at her target, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a masked figure dodged a bullet that whizzed past him and spotted a man with a band around his head. The man shouted in a frenzy, demanding everyone to die, and began shooting wildly. Both Sinan and the masked figure quickly distanced themselves and took cover. Meanwhile, Izuku watched as Katsuki threw his empty gun to the ground, having run out of bullets, just like Izuku. Katsuki laughed, determined to attack with his knife, while the green-haired boy assessed his options for either attacking or defending against the ash blonde. As Katsuki lunged at him, Izuku stepped back, narrowly avoiding a series of knife strikes. Katsuki shouted in frustration, trying to land a hit, but Izuku countered with a swift kick to Katsuki's hand, causing him to drop his knife. Raising his hands, Katsuki found himself facing Izuku, who had positioned his sword at the edge of Katsuki's neck. Izuku remarked that a knife was nothing compared to swords, and Katsuki simply smiled in response. Katsuki taunted Izuku, calling him an idiot, and unexpectedly kicked him, causing Izuku to drop his sword as well. The two boys exchanged glances, occasionally glancing at their weapons on the ground. Katsuki acknowledged Izuku's training, asking if he had been working hard. Izuku replied that it was not for enjoyment and attempted to strike Katsuki, who sidestepped and grabbed Izuku's arm. Katsuki was about to retaliate when Izuku landed a kick to his face, followed by several more strikes. Katsuki staggered back, rubbing his face, but soon received a cut on his chest from Izuku's sword. Katsuki smiled faintly before vanishing without a word. Izuku apologized, stating he had more important matters to attend to as he sheathed his sword and left. Izuku observed from a distance as a man shot at a hooded figure. Sighing at the sight, he thought about the man he had seen. Suddenly, he noticed a red line beside him and quickly moved aside. Turning to see Sinon smirking from afar, he cursed under his breath, realizing he was out of ammunition thanks to Katsuki. Drawing his sword, he decided to confront Sinon. As Sinon prepared to shoot at him, she pulled out her pocket pistol and began firing, but Izuku dodged the shots effortlessly. He reached her side and disarmed her, leaving her with a comical expression. Sinon, surprised, asked when he had taken her magazines. Izuku dismissed the question, reminding her that she played for money. Sinon rubbed her cheek, acknowledging that was partly true. Izuku offered to help her win if she assisted him in defeating a certain individual. Sinon nodded slightly, curious about who the target was. Izuku explained that he couldn't recall the exact nickname, but described the man as someone with a mask and hood. Upon hearing this, Sinon's eyes widened as she recognized him as the person she had been fighting. Izuku warned Sinon not to stray from him, and she, confused, agreed. Just then he pushed her behind some bushes for safety. Sinon watched as Izuku approached the mysterious man, wishing him luck. Standing before the masked figure, Izuku was surprised to see him draw a sword. He thought to himself that he needed one of those. The masked man called out to him, and Izuku replied that he didn't care who he was, he just needed to finish him off and learn his player name. The masked man questioned why Izuku wanted to know his name. Izuku smirked, stating that after hearing about his murders, it was only natural for someone to come after him. The masked man acknowledged that he was indeed after Sinon. Izuku noted that he targeted prominent players in Japan, deducing that they were from the same city due to the recent events. The masked man recognized that Izuku had done his research. Izuku explained that the masked man didn't kill through the game, unlike Kayaba, who used the nerve gear. He pointed out that before the tournament, they required verification for those seeking real-life rewards. The masked man was taken aback by Izuku's insight. Izuku continued, stating that if a player disconnects after being killed, it means the masked man couldn't have done it. The masked man realized he was in a precarious situation, knowing that if he lost, his name would be revealed. Suddenly, Izuku lunged at him, and the masked man barely dodged a red line, only to receive a cut on his left arm from Izuku's sword. As he tried to retreat, another red line appeared beside him. He dodged a bullet but was hit from behind. Turning around, he saw Izuku aiming at him with his sword at the ready. Izuku informed him that if he killed him, he would acquire his nickname. The masked man attempted to attack, but Izuku swiftly incapacitated him, delivering a decisive blow. As the masked figure vanished, Izuku sighed, seeing the name appear on his interface. He called out to Sinon, who emerged from the bushes and approached him. She asked how she had done, and Izuku pointed out that she had missed her shot. Sinon huffed in response, claiming the target had moved. Izuku smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, telling her he understood. However, he informed her that he had to leave quickly, handing her back her sword and stating that there were other players to deal with. Sinon questioned whether the man had been a criminal. Izuku nodded. He mentioned that he would visit Sinon at her house, noting that there might be someone outside her residence. Sinon's eyes widened at his words, but he reassured her that he would arrive shortly, as he knew where she lived. Sinon nodded in response. Izuku then asked her why she was giving him her sword, smiling as he explained that he needed to exit the tournament quickly. He added that disconnecting during the tournament was prohibited, and if he was banned, he might not be able to use his account again. Sinon understood, looking at the boy's sword thoughtfully. Izuku suggested that he could shoot himself instead, pulling out Sinon's pistol. Sinon hesitantly agreed that it was a better idea. Teasingly, Izuku reminded her that she had said she would defeat him. With a playful smile, he dodged her attempt to strike him with the sword, laughing as he wished her luck in her victory. Sinon, with a pale expression, watched as he shot himself. Not long after, Izuku dismounted his motorcycle just as police arrived at the scene. He noted that they had arrived on time and spotted Kikuka among the officers, who greeted him. Kikuka playfully asked if Izuku was happy to see him, but Izuku's sour expression suggested otherwise. He gestured for them to follow him. Upon reaching the location, they saw a boy in a jacket banging on a door. Kyuji called out for Asada, waiting for a response. When he turned and saw Izuku approaching, he stepped back in surprise. Izuku remarked that Kyuji seemed to recognize him, and as he walked closer, Kyuji noticed the officers surrounding him. Realizing he was outnumbered, Kyuji raised his hands in surrender. Kikuka declared that it was over for Dead Gun, and Izuku glanced at him. He informed Kikuka that there was another person with Kyuji but that he didn't know where he was, adding that this person was responsible for the deaths. Kikuka assured Izuku that they would handle it and thanked him, promising to send him a monetary deposit as they arrested Kyuji. Later, Izuku walked alongside Kirito, who had finally managed to walk after a long time, though he lamented that he couldn't run. Izuku teased him about his slow pace, prompting Kirito to tell him to be quiet. Curious, Izuku asked why Kirito wanted him to accompany him that day. Kirito smiled sweetly as he revealed that he had finally contacted Sachi. Izuku recalled that Sachi was the girl from Kirito's group, recognizing her by her short black hair. Kirito confirmed this and mentioned that he didn't want to cause any problems for her since he couldn't walk for long. Izuku understood and decided to keep his distance to avoid interrupting their outing. Kirito thanked him, and as Izuku turned away, he urged him to look ahead. When Kirito did, he saw Sachi waving slowly and sweetly. He was tempted to run toward her but remembered he might fall, so he opted to greet her in the same manner as they approached. Izuku observed the two walking together and thought about how different Kirito and Kazuto seemed. He decided to follow them, as Kirito had requested. Suddenly, he found himself in a different location, standing in front of a large monster. Surprised, he instinctively reached for his sword, which was still there, and prepared to attack. Just then he noticed arrows raining down on the monster. Turning to see who had attacked, he spotted a girl with cat ears beside him. Recognizing her, he called out to Asada. She turned to him, crossing her arms and telling him not to call her that in the game. Izuku was momentarily taken aback, noticing her blush as she looked away. When she asked what was wrong, he rubbed the back of his neck, admitting he didn't remember entering the game. Sinan pointed out that they had been playing for hours, which made him realize how much time had passed. Trying to pull out his phone, he accidentally retrieved an object instead, causing Sinan to raise an eyebrow at him. She asked if he was okay, and he nervously laughed, assuring her he was fine. Sinan, with narrowed eyes, commented that she hadn't expected to enjoy the game so much, especially since she had never used a bow before. She showed him her weapon, and he looked at her in confusion, realizing they were in Alfheim Online. He pondered what they should do next. Sinan suggested they were collecting items to upgrade her bow, which he confirmed with a nod. As they began walking, Izuku suddenly found himself facing Yuki, who was wielding a sword. In a swift exchange, Izuku blocked Yuki's attack and countered, leaving her on the ground. She laughed, admitting her defeat. Curious, he asked why they had been fighting. Yuki blinked in confusion, explaining that they were competing to see who would visit the other's house, suggesting he should come since he had a motorcycle. Izuku was surprised that she knew about his motorcycle, recalling that he had visited her before. He wondered what was happening, feeling as though his day had taken an unexpected turn. Yuki asked if he was hurt, noting that she hadn't hit him. He replied that he was just a bit dizzy and decided to see her at her house. Yuki nodded, and Izuku disconnected from the game. When he opened his eyes, he took out his phone to check if he had any contact with Yuki, as they had never spoken outside of Alfheim. Upon opening his messages, he noticed Yuki had added him and had a profile picture. He quickly opened it, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks when suddenly he felt a jolt in his back. Turning to look back, Izuku saw Suguha with a bamboo sword. He realized he had drifted off without noticing. Suguha, crossing her arms in annoyance after seeing Izuku staring at a photo of a girl, questioned what he was doing. Izuku, unsure himself, shrugged. Suguha raised an eyebrow, prompting her to ask if they were going to start fighting. Confused, Izuku nodded and glanced around. He remembered they were in Kirito's backyard and noticed the swords. He picked one up and asked Suguha if she wasn't going to wear any protection. Suguha replied, surprised, since he had said he wouldn't use a weapon. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, conceding that he would leave the sword aside. They sparred for a while until they decided to take a break. Suguha sat down while Izuku remained standing, watching her. Suguha remarked that she couldn't hit him even without a sword, taking a sip from her water bottle. Izuku felt he had done well, having not fought without weapons for a long time. Suguha nodded in agreement, recalling the stories he had told her about his quirk. Izuku smiled faintly, relieved that there were no villains. Suguha turned to him, looking serious, and said she wanted to tell him something. As Izuku focused on her, a leaf fell into his eye, causing him to wince as he removed it. After rubbing his eye, he looked up to see Asuna sitting on a bench. She greeted him with a sweet smile and asked how he was feeling. Izuku replied that he thought he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed as he walked over to sit beside her. Asuna leaned closer, asking if he would join them for dinner. Izuku was puzzled, questioning why he would have dinner with her. Asuna pouted at his response and reminded him that it was Christmas Eve, and they had planned to visit his mother the next day. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked why she would do that. Asuna smiled slightly, suggesting there was nothing wrong with wanting to see his family. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes opened wide as he realized he was lying in bed. He wondered what was happening and checked his phone, noticing it was 4 a.m. He groaned and buried his face in his pillow. Later, Izuku woke up again to the sound of his alarm. He got up, turned it off, and noticed he had received messages from Kirito, Asuna, Shino, Suguha, Kikuka, and an unknown number. He sighed, wondering what he had missed. As he brushed his teeth, he opened Kirito's message, which asked him to meet later about something important. Izuku replied with a simple okay, before moving on to Suguha's message, which asked if they could practice that day if he had time. He responded similarly and then read Shino's message, which inquired about the name of a game he had mentioned. Stopping to think, he wrote the name with his finger before continuing to brush his teeth. After finishing, he checked the remaining messages, which included one from Asuna, the unknown number, and Kikuka. Asuna asked if he had any plans for Christmas, prompting Izuku to reflect on what he had intended to say before waking up. He dismissed it as just a dream and replied that he might visit his mother. Curious about the unknown number, he opened the message and recognized the profile picture as Yuki's, the same as in his dream. The message read, "Hi Deku. You might be wondering who I am. I got your number because of the tournament, ha. Try to guess who I am, silly." Izuku thought to himself that if only she knew he already recognized her. He typed her name in response. Next, he opened Kikuka's messages, which were several. Kikuka greeted him and thanked him for his help, mentioning he had sent the payment for his work. He then proposed a new project he was testing and needed someone to assist him. Kikuka suggested Izuku would be the perfect candidate to try out Project Alice. He encouraged Izuku to call him if he was interested, assuring him it was safe this time. Izuku pondered the name of the project. Project Alice? He typed back. To his surprise, Kikuka replied immediately, saying it was hard to explain and he would elaborate if Izuku accepted. Izuku thought it was foolish to agree to something without knowing what it was. Kikuka countered that accepting a gift was similar. Izuku expressed his dislike for surprises. Kikuka urged him to agree, promising to finish before the end of November. Izuku finally asked where and when they would meet. Kikuka excitedly confirmed he would come to Izuku's house the next day. After putting his phone away, Izuku stared at the floor, contemplating the implications of Project Alice and who he should see first.